my count almost the same level. That's crazy. My alt account is level 70 and my main account is level 34. Let's see if anybody has or weapons. Oh, we need more money. So I'll buy this gun to help with the thing. I'll show the screen when somebody like talks. You guys haven't ready? Check out my new video. I'll link it. I mean, I'll pin it. You guys haven't ready? Since they want them in link it. Bruh. Videos. I was doing the wrong thing. New video. Check it out. You guys can see here. Here's the video. Look at my light. She's sleeping. My little baby. She got the blanket. I'm sorry, mommy. She got her own blanket. She's sleeping. Where's sleep? Yeah, she's sleeping. Yeah. For the pink. I got money. Alright, let's go. I believe I can fly. I believe. I can touch the sky. Look at my cute baby. Look at my cute baby. Yeah, mama. Yeah, baby. I heard it. What's lay down on me? Wait.
Bitch with this haircut, bitch.
Maybe put some tags. Well, fine. I put some tags. Fine. I put some tags. Life. Let's see here. Let me click it, but yeah. Except, okay. Find content creator tycoon. So like you're like a real streamer. How are you doing? I am okay. I'm doing alright. How about you? Where is it? Let me go there, let me go here, and then I guess these are people. We have 80 subs right now. Okay, here, and it's just a great chopper. I don't want to waste money for that. I need this. Open that. Wait, hold on. Think I've been half a nail. I need this. I think to myself. Freaking alien balls. She better, she knows she's 10. She better have better friend. Yeah. Her guy, yeah. I'm getting. Grandma, stay still! This is pretty relaxing. Wait. Out of 59, bro. You gotta be kidding me. That's gonna take forever. Let me say it saves. So. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know how to say it, but hopefully it does.
Hello, operating switching base.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So, what is it? Pack, whatever. Said you get V-Bucks cheaper when you have Prime. Let's see if that's true. Ooh, it is right. 80 dollars. Why is that too expensive? Maybe it's gonna take forever to that. I don't know what's the Christmas. Maybe the top thing more for Christmas. Name name the top thing more for Christmas. What I want the most is the PlayStation 5. I'm not lagging so much. This too better. No. You thought it was stealing you? That, never mind. I hate it for lunch. Okay, hold on. I'm laying down. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine having a purple gun. That's just goodness. Got it. I should have killed a guy. I lay down and they still beat. Oh, that's my favorite shotgun. The bruh. Thank you for the 2 in this thing. Appreciate you very much. I'm gonna have to shut up. Puta madre! Let me land, bitch. Okay, motherfucker. You wanna play? I'm gonna show you who can play, okay? I'm gonna show you. Don't mess with me, stupid. Who's next? Who wants some too? Hmm? I said, who wants some? Who wants some? People can't even aim. Oh, you trying to hide, boo boo? You trying to hide? You trying to hide, boo boo? You trying to hide? Oh, sweetheart, you're messing with the wrong one. Period. No, not today. You want some too? You got lucky. You got lucky. They just got lucky. But next people, I'm a They better watch out.
What is this girl doing?
Like the stream if you haven't already. Like the stream, please like. These people, they're gonna get. And I'm done with them. Watch this. Bye. Oh. Easy. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Go there. Hey! Because if I fall again. sixth place. With 6 kills. Maybe should Phone. Man, somebody's tired. It's me. calling me a bozo. You bozo. You. Look at that. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't breathe. Oh my god. Please stop. Please. 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 Oh, I come to you. Yeah. Yeah. It's beginning to look like Christmas. Alexa, how many days till Christmas?
Christmas Day is in 40 days on Wednesday, December 25th, 2024. You're green. I am. Don't tell me you have nothing to wear.
Even you in the cut.
The wonderful Wizard of Oz summons you to the Emerald City. Think of what we could do together.
Wicked to be continued in theaters November 22nd.
From New Hampshire. Back in my early 20s, I lived about 30 minutes outside Manchester. I had a girlfriend of 2 years that I had just broken up with. It was a strange time in my life, the kind where you're sort of wandering, figuring things out, maybe looking for meaning without realizing it. My grandmother was extremely religious and would attend liturgy, well, religiously, no pun intended. After my grandfather passed away, I started going to church with her every Sunday. I tagged along partly to support her and partly because I felt like maybe I needed a bit of grounding myself. My grandfather had been a decorated veteran, well known and respected in our community, and losing him left a huge hole in her life. Even though she was grieving, her faith was unshaken. She'd tell me that she knew he was finally reunited with the Lord, and I could see how much comfort that gave her. I admired it, honestly. Faith like that, the kind that brings real peace, is rare. I think it's something that people search for their whole lives, even if they can't always put it into words. One Sunday after the service, I met this girl. This whole thing still feels like a fever dream. I'd never seen her around before, which was unusual since our community was close-knit, especially at church. She was striking, with dark, curly hair and deep hazel eyes. I waited for the service to be over and approached her. Part of me was just attracted to her, but there was another part of me that was just curious about seeing someone new there, especially someone that looked around my age. We started talking, and the spark was definitely there. I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about, where you just meet someone and immediately feel a connection. Her name was Kaylee, and She had a kind of quiet, mysterious charm, and I found myself drawn in. I kept trying to ask her specific questions about her past, like family and home life, but she would crack jokes and tell me I'd have to take her out for those answers. I actually really enjoyed the banter. After a little playful nagging, she told me that her family recently moved to the area and she went to college nearby, which explained why I had never seen her before. By the time we wrapped up, I managed to get her number, and I was kind of riding the high of meeting someone new. The next week, we texted pretty frequently and exchanged social media. I remember scrolling through her Instagram at one point, surprised that she had so few followers. I preferred that though. The last thing anyone wants is to fall in love with someone that the whole world knows. We talked about a lot of things, and she eventually opened up more about her family. I don't want to say too much, but her situation wasn't great. Her stepfather was a nasty alcoholic and frequently mistreated both her and her mother.
Marshall's buyers travel far and wide to hustle the best deals on amazing holiday gifts, so you don't have to. We get the deals. You get the good stuff. Give you what you want.
With Walmart gift cards of $25, get the gift that shows you get them.
So, for some context, I'm a guy, and this happened when I was 18. I was planning on moving out of state for college, and I didn't want to pay the ridiculously high price for student housing. So, me and my mom turned to Craigslist for better options. We found a lot of places near the school and for a reasonable price, but one we found would live in infamy for me. We found a place for $500 per month in an area near the school, so we instantly took it. On the day before my school's orientation, me and my parents drove down to the school and rented a hotel room for 2 nights. On the way down, I was texting the guy about the room, to which he gave a description as well as the address to where I would be going. I'd like to note that I was the one that was filtering through the options while my mom sent links for any new openings. After texting back and forth, he asked me to send a pic of myself, right after he sent a pic of himself. I sent him one, but by examining his pic, I began to feel a bit uneasy about it, especially after he failed to respond to any of my texts after the pic was sent, even the one where I asked him what would be a good time for me to check the place out.
It was a few years ago, during the chilly autumn season, and California's usually warm days had turned crisp, with a cool breeze hinting at the approaching Halloween. The leaves in my neighborhood rustled underfoot, and darkness felt heavier each day. At the time, I'd recently inherited my family's old home, a place filled with childhood memories, but also eerie shadows in the hallways that seemed to grow longer as night crept in. My husband and I were living there, and my cousin had moved in with us, while she attended college nearby. We both worked at the Lego store, though I worked mornings, while my husband and cousin took the later shifts. This left me home alone on many nights, and with each dark evening, the house seemed to breathe with a life of its own. One night, about 2 weeks before everything began, I went out to put some things in my car, the chilly autumn air biting at my skin, as I moved quickly to get back inside. Across the street, I noticed a beat-up, brown van without back windows parked under the flickering street lamp. My instincts pricked up, but I brushed it off, thinking it was probably a neighbor's visitor or a contractor. As I bent down to put my things in the trunk, I heard this strange, grating noise coming from the van. It was like a mix between a whistle and a hiss. Curiosity got the better of me, and I glanced over, trying to make out the man's face. But all I saw was a shadowy figure with a black giant's baseball cap, pulled low over his forehead, hiding his features. But feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the weather, I gave him a quick, irritated flick of my hand and hurried back inside. Later that night, I had forgotten about the whole thing. It wasn't until a couple of hours later, when I went outside again to head to a friend's place, that I noticed the van was still parked there. I slipped into my car, locked the doors, and tried to ignore it. As I pulled away, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were on me, but I tried to laugh it off until I glanced in the rearview mirror. The brown van's headlights flickered on, and it started following me. I turned down a side street, testing if he would follow, and sure enough, he did. I tried another turn, and then another, my heart racing faster with each one. The van was still behind me, every single turn. Finally, I decided to pull over in front of my father-in-law's house, figuring if anything went wrong, I could run to the door and bang on it for help. As I sat there in my car, gripping the steering wheel, the van slowed as it passed by. I turned to look directly at it, hoping I could make out the man's face, but he was still in shadow. Then, he raised his hand in the shape of a gun, pointed it at me, and mouthed bang. His lips curled into a twisted grin as he sped off. My heart was in my throat, but I tried to tell myself it was just a sick joke. Maybe he'd found it funny, but to me, it was terrifying. After that night, the eerie feeling that had always clung to the old house only intensified. Shadows felt darker, every creak in the floorboards seemed louder, and every draft that blew through the house made me shiver. It was like the house itself was holding its breath, waiting. I was constantly looking out the windows, jumping at every sound. I'd stay in the brightly lit kitchen when I was home alone, letting the harsh light keep the darkness at bay. The uneasiness wouldn't let go, no matter how I tried to brush it off. One night around 10 p.m., I was alone again, watching a TV show on my computer in the kitchen. The only sound was the hum of the refrigerator, punctuated occasionally by the wind whistling outside. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the front door, and the handle started to shake as though someone was trying to get in. I froze, heart pounding, staring at the door. It couldn't be my cousin. I checked the time and realized she shouldn't be home yet. I walked cautiously towards the door, calling her name, hoping she'd answer, but only silence greeted me. Trying to shake off the fear, I called my cousin's cell. She answered, her voice sounding casual and unaware. "Hey, I'm on my way home from work right now." Before I could even process what she said, there were 3 loud bangs on the door between the kitchen and the garage, and the doorknob rattled violently. My heart thundered in my chest. I slammed the front door shut, locked it, and bolted to my bedroom, with the fear tightening around me like a vice. I called my aunt while my cousin dialed 911, and I stayed under my blanket, trembling, until my cousin finally got home and came to get me. When the police arrived, they shone their flashlights along the sides of the house, examining every corner. They seemed distracted, focusing on the garage area. I watched as one of the officers opened the gate leading to the garage door, which we always kept locked, only to find it hanging wide open. He turned to his partner, who immediately drew his gun and stepped cautiously into the darkness of the garage. I stood there, heart racing, hoping they would find an explanation. But after a few tense minutes, they came out, shaking their heads. Probably just some kids messing around, one officer told me, though he didn't seem so sure. They reminded me to call if I ever felt scared, but I could see the doubt in their eyes as they left. It did little to reassure me. A week went by, but the unsettling feeling lingered, refusing to leave. One evening, I was sitting in the living room with my cousin and my husband, trying to relax and distract myself. As I walked past the window next to the front door to grab a drink from the kitchen, I saw him, the man in the black Giants baseball cap, standing on the sidewalk, staring directly at our house. I froze, my breath catching. His gaze was unblinking, his mouth slowly stretching into a smile that seemed to say, "I'm not done with you," I called out to my husband, but by the time he came over, the man was gone, leaving nothing but a shadow where he'd stood. My husband assured me it was probably just a coincidence, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was him. That smile haunted me. A couple of days later, I found myself alone again, trying to bake cookies in the kitchen to distract myself. I kept glancing over my shoulder, unable to focus, my nerves on edge. Just as I turned to take a tray out of the oven, I heard a soft knock on the sliding glass door behind me. My entire body went rigid. For a moment, everything was completely silent. Then, a louder, more insistent knock followed, echoing through the quiet kitchen. I told myself it was just the wind, or a branch scraping against the glass. But then there was a loud, deliberate bang, and the sound of someone jiggling the handle. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. Whoever it was started pounding on the glass with more force, then moved along the deck, slamming on the living room windows. The entire house seemed to shake with each bang. Just as I thought it couldn't get any worse, the figure returned to the sliding glass door, rattling the handle again, harder this time, as though he was determined to get inside. I snapped out of my frozen state, grabbed my keys, and bolted out the front door, running to my car. My hands shook as I locked myself in and dialed 911, watching the house from the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him emerge from the shadows. Shortly after, my husband, my cousin, and I made the decision to sell the house. Even now, living 2 states away, I can't shake the feeling of being watched whenever I'm home alone. Sometimes I'll glance out the window, half expecting to see that same shadowy figure in the giant's cap, grinning that twisted smile as he stands in the dark, waiting. 2 years ago, in the heart of a Japanese autumn, with the leaves turning to fiery shades of orange and red, I found myself facing one of the most terrifying moments of my life. A 27-year-old woman from Alaska. I've lived in Japan for almost a year now with my husband, Kimura, or just Kim. Japan is beautiful, and I've always felt safe here, even safer than I did back in Alaska. Kim and I both work as elementary school teachers, and as a foreigner, I've gotten used to people's curious stares or innocent comments. But that day was different. One of our college friends was visiting from the States, eager to see what life was like here. We wanted to show him some of the best parts of our town, so Kim and I decided to take him to a local shrine we'd visited several times before. It sits at the top of a hill and is breathtaking in autumn, with sweeping views of the area and leaves swirling down in red and gold. For privacy, I'll call our friend Belle. As we parked the car at the base of the hill, we were immediately struck by how quiet everything seemed, the only sounds coming from the occasional rustling of leaves. There was only one other vehicle in the parking lot, a large red bus with a teen logo I didn't recognize. I remember it clearly because of how out of place it looked. The shrine's serenity clashed with the harsh, bright letters on the bus, like it didn't belong in such a peaceful spot. Shrugging it off, we started the hike up the stone pathway to the shrine. We strolled through the shrine, pointing out some of the traditional prayer spots, the sound of bells ringing occasionally from other visitors offering their prayers. But then, about halfway through, I realized I needed to use the bathroom. Unfortunately, the only restroom was back down the hill, near the plant conservatory at the base. A bit of a walk from where we were. Kim almost always comes with me, but since we were on a tight schedule, he suggested I go on my own this time. Hesitantly, I agreed and began the walk back down, brushing my hair out of my face as the breeze picked up. As I neared the parking area, I noticed a group of 3 college-aged guys loitering by the red bus. They seemed to be waiting for someone, laughing and joking with each other. But as soon as they spotted me, they went quiet. Their eyes lingered on me as I passed by, making me feel more like an object than a person. The first comment came as a low murmur, one of them nudging his friend and saying, "Hey, look at her." Another one smirked, a foreigner. They spoke in Japanese, assuming I wouldn't understand, but I did. My heart started to race.
Tis the season for scrolling down memory lane with your BFF. The one who loved your email bangs and never misses a holiday hang. Her gifts are so personal, they take you back in time. Even after all those years and questionable decisions, the good times just keep getting better. From a lifetime of friendship to a blast from the past, Cricket make moments into memories.
Give 10. Give 10.
Gift to
heart started to race. This wasn't the first time someone had commented on my appearance, but there was something different in the way they looked at me. Feeling uncomfortable, I tried to keep a straight face, managing a small, nervous laugh, hoping to brush it off. But that was my mistake. They noticed, and one of them called out in broken English, "Hello." Excuse me, as though mocking me. I picked up my pace, willing myself not to look back, but I could hear their footsteps now, trailing me. Each step felt heavier than the last as their laughter grew louder, echoing in the quiet parking area. My hands started to tremble as I fumbled for my phone, my fingers shaky as I pressed the button to call Kim. He picked up quickly, but his voice had a tinge of irritation, no doubt from our little argument earlier. "Hello," he said, his tone exasperated. Trying to keep my voice steady, I said, "Kim, there's a group of college guys here, Dot. They're following me." My voice cracked, betraying the fear I was trying so hard to hide. Immediately, his tone shifted. "Wait, what? Where are you?" His voice was urgent now, filled with concern. "I'm heading to the plant building near the parking lot. I don't know if they'll follow me inside." "Can you hurry?" I whispered, glancing back to see one of them smirking, clearly amused by my distress. "I'll be there in a minute. Stay calm," he said, and I could hear him already moving. As I reached the bottom of the hill, another group of college guys was leaning against a tree, laughing about something. They glanced up as I passed, their expressions shifting as they noticed my anxiety. I hoped they'd step in, but they didn't, their laughter fading as they watched me hurry by. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead, each step slow and heavy as though the very air had thickened. Finally, I reached the plant conservatory, the glass doors sliding open as I rushed inside. The quiet, almost serene atmosphere was jarring compared to the terror I felt. I headed straight for the bathroom, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they could hear it. As I entered, I startled a cleaning lady who was mopping the floor. I mumbled a quick apology, and thankfully, she left, closing the door behind her. For a moment, I thought I was safe. I locked myself in the farthest stall, trying to catch my breath, my fingers cold as I clutched my phone. But then I heard the sound of their voices again, louder now as they entered the building, their laughter echoing down the hall. One of them said in a mocking tone, "Where did she go?" "The foreigner has to be in here somewhere." My heart dropped. I tried calling Kim again, but there was no signal. I watched my phone as each call failed, panic swelling inside me with each red call failed message that appeared. I tried texting him, typing out, "I'm trapped." "They're waiting outside the bathroom." I pressed send, hoping it would go through, but there was nothing but a loading icon, taunting me. I heard one of the guys outside the bathroom say, "Check the hall." "She's got to be in here somewhere." I choked back a sob, pressing my hand to my mouth, trying to make myself as small and silent as possible. Every sound seemed amplified in the silence, the shuffle of their feet, the low murmur of their voices. They started to open the doors to the other stalls, laughing as they checked each one. My fingers were numb as I held my breath, waiting, hoping they wouldn't find me. The door to my stall remained closed, but they lingered just outside, talking and laughing in low voices. I didn't understand every word, but I could tell from their tone that it wasn't friendly. I was terrified to imagine what they might say if they found me, or worse, what they might do. Then, finally, I heard a familiar voice call out from the hallway. "Are you there?" Kim's voice cut through the darkness like a lifeline, and I couldn't hold back the tears any longer. I managed to unlock the stall, staggering out, barely able to hold myself up as I made my way to the door. Kim was there, his face a mixture of relief and anger, his fists clenched at his sides. I gripped his arm as he guided me out, trying not to look at the guys who were still loitering by the door, smirking as we passed. One of them sneered, "Oh, look at the scared little foreigner," in English, mocking me as I clung to Kim. The others laughed, their voices blending into a sickening chorus. As we left the building, Kim asked quietly, "Are you okay?" All I could do was shake my head, still too shaken to speak. The anger simmered in his eyes, and he turned to them, his voice cold and steady as he told them off, calling them out for what they'd done. But they only laughed harder, as if my fear was some kind of joke to them. Kim led me back to the car, his arms steady around me as I struggled to catch my breath. I asked him, still trembling, how many of them were there. His face darkened. 10, he replied, his voice hard. I nearly collapsed, the weight of it all hitting me at once. 10 against 1. I broke down, my tears spilling over as the realization of what could have happened washed over me. Kim held me, his arms a protective barrier against the fear that still clung to me. Even now, I can't stop thinking about that red bus and its teen logo, a reminder of the terror I felt that day. I've seen it since then, plastered on posters and banners around the city, and every time it brings it all rushing back, the fear, the helplessness, the laughter of those guys as they mocked me. To all 10 of you, wherever you are, may you never forget the fear you made me feel that day. Back in the fall of 1996, I was just a sophomore in high school. While most of my friends had the usual part-time jobs at fast food places or the mall, I worked under the table in construction, demolition, and even some auto mechanic jobs. I was only 15, so hiring me officially was out of the question. But these jobs paid me better than the local burger joints would, and they didn't mind my age as long as I worked hard. I got called in for extra help when needed, mostly on weekends and evenings so I could balance it with school. One of the guys I worked for did remodeling projects, so he'd bring me along for work on restaurants, bars, and shops, usually for just a few hours at a time. Sometimes I was working alongside a crew, but often he left me alone on job sites with a list of tasks, mainly demolition. I was the only kid there, but they respected me because I kept my head down and got things done. I wasn't the guy who'd show up complaining or making excuses. I was there to work, and I liked the pay. One solid night on the job could easily earn me more than my friends would make working all week at McDonald's. One Friday, this guy called me up and asked if I could work the next Saturday. He mentioned it was a more isolated site, so I'd need to pack food and drinks since there wouldn't be anything around to grab nearby. I didn't think much of it. I packed my small cooler with Gatorades, Cokes, some chips, and sandwiches. That was my go-to setup, and back then, I could eat a whole pizza and still be good to go. Saturday morning, he picked me up because I was still too young for a driver's license, and we headed out. Sometimes he'd drop me at a site, hand me a list of jobs, and drive off to handle other projects. I was used to it. I didn't think much about where we were going because we started talking about cars. I was saving up to buy an old muscle car I could restore myself, so the ride there was filled with car talk, my eyes on that goal. The drive ended up being a long one. We left the main highway and hit a series of 2-lane roads that led us out to the Mojave Desert. If you think California is all city and coastline, the desert proves otherwise. Out there, it was just open land and a scattering of old houses, some a mile apart. As we got closer to the site, he handed me a large jug of water from his truck. He said there wouldn't be any running water at the property, so I'd need it to get through the day. The jug looked like it'd been sitting in the truck a while, but I was grateful to have the extra water. Finally, we arrived at this run-down, isolated house. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for years. My boss was in a rush to get to his next job, so we unloaded tools, quickly breaker bars, shovels, pry bars, a broom, a hammer, and whatever else I'd need. He told me he'd be back around 5 or 6 p.m., and reminded me there was no electricity or water, so I'd be roughing it a bit. He paid me until the agreed time, no questions asked, so I knew I'd be covered even if he was late. After he drove off, it was just me and the house. Inside, the house felt weird right from the start. The air was stale and thick with dust, giving me goosebumps, even though it was daylight outside. I'd worked alone at plenty of creepy places, but this house was something else. It was like stepping back in time, with dark green shaggy carpet, old pine wood paneling, and heavy curtains that looked handmade, probably by someone's grandma. The kitchen had avocado green appliances that hadn't been touched in years. It felt like whoever lived there just left one day and never came back. There were even wagon wheels around the house, making it look like an old western ranch. Luckily, I brought my battery-powered radio. It only picked up a few stations out in the desert, but it was enough to keep me company. I got busy tearing things down, pulling up the flooring, ripping out the paneling, and hauling the junk out as fast as I could. To my surprise, everything came apart easily, which made me feel better about the job. I tackled the kitchen with a big demo hammer and had it gutted in under an hour. I was making solid progress. As the afternoon dragged on, I started running low on water. and I'd already eaten all my food. The desert air was dry, and even though it was autumn, I was feeling the heat. By the time I wrapped up, the sun was starting to set, and I'd finished everything on my list. I'd even swept up the place to get it ready for the next crew.
Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Hello, rich dark chocolate hidden between delicate cookies. Wow, these are fancy.
What did you say?
Fancy.
Fancy?
Fancy.
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 Ooh, fancy.
With me for holiday season using Thrive Cosmetics.
The Brilliant Eye Brightener is a must-have. It's honestly like a cheat code for eyeshadow. It's a highlight, it's an eyeshadow, it's a brightener all in one. It's easy application, the results are gorgeous. This eyeliner has me in a chokehold. The precise tip makes it super easy to apply. You can do your wing in one take. Smudge-proof, lasts all day. It's waterproof. This is the perfect holiday lip. It is a mistletoe magnet, if you know what I mean. The color is beautiful. It's long-lasting, and even though it's matte, it keeps your lips looking hydrated. The holiday bundles are customizable, which is perfect so I can get gifts for all my friends, and of course treat myself along the way.
Up the place to get it ready for the next crew. With no sign of my boss, I decided to wait outside since it was starting to get dark, and it was getting cold fast. Now, the desert in the fall can be deceiving. The temperature can drop from comfortable to freezing as soon as the sun sets. I had a flannel shirt on, but it wasn't enough against the chill settling in. This was back in the days before cell phones, so I had no way to call anyone. The house didn't have electricity or a phone line, so I was totally cut off. To get a better sense of where I was, I climbed onto the roof, hoping to see some lights in the distance. The closest house looked abandoned, and there wasn't a sign of life for miles. I began to realize that nobody really knew where I was besides my boss, and my family wasn't expecting me home until Sunday night. As the sky grew darker, I started to feel the isolation settle in. Around 8 p.m., the batteries on my radio started dying, leaving me in total silence. The desert night closed in, and I began hearing strange noises. It could have been animals or just the wind, but my nerves were shot. I dragged an old wooden chair over and sat facing the door, gripping it tightly, ready to defend myself if anything happened. With the cold seeping through my flannel, I tried to start a fire in the fireplace. But without a lighter or matches, I was out of luck. In that pitch-black house, my mind started playing tricks on me. Shadows seemed to move, and I thought I heard faint whispers. I even called out, "Hello," and right then, something fell in one of the back rooms. My heart pounded, and I grabbed my heavy pry bar, I called it, Big Daddy, and bolted out the door. Outside, I climbed up on an old gate to get a better look around. All I could see were endless shadows and silence. Every little sound made me jump, and I couldn't shake the stories I'd heard about people going missing in the desert, or rumors of cults and strange happenings out there. It wasn't helping my state of mind. By 11 p.m., I was sitting outside in the cold, staring at the empty road, desperate for headlights. Just then, I saw a shadow moving down the hall through the window. It didn't look like an animal, and my stomach dropped. I backed off the porch, stumbling over some debris and hitting the ground hard. But just then, bright headlights appeared in the distance, getting closer. My boss had finally shown up, looking at me like I'd lost my mind. Relieved, I asked what happened, and he explained that there had been a mix-up. He thought another crew was picking me up, and they thought he was. Once he realized no one had come, he'd driven nearly 2 hours to get back out there. He felt terrible and promised to pay me for the whole time I'd been stranded. I gulped down a Coke he handed me, and on the drive home, we went through a fast food drive-thru where I ate like I hadn't seen food in days. As we drove back, I told him about the creepy vibe in the house. He admitted he didn't know much about the place, but said it was abandoned for a long time. From that night on, I packed extra batteries, a flashlight, and more water for every job site. That night out in the desert is a memory I'll never shake. It It was one of those chilly autumn afternoons in New England, the kind, where the air feels dense with the scent of falling leaves, and the sky is painted with gray clouds. I was 12, and my family lived in a modest neighborhood, safe and quiet, where nothing seemed to happen. The kind of place where everyone knew each other, and life felt comfortably predictable. My younger brother, and I had just come back from his soccer game, falling into our usual routines. Looking back, everything felt so normal then, a feeling that would soon shatter. As we pulled up to our house, my brother's eyes caught sight of a yard sale next door. Now the house beside ours wasn't like the others. It had a worn, almost eerie look, with cracked paint and a lawn that seemed to go wild. I'd heard stories of police trouble there from before I was born, but I never thought too much about it. The past was the past, right? While I was focused on heading inside, a man walked over from the yard sale. He introduced himself as Andrew. He looked rough, with shaggy hair and clothes that seemed to tell a story of hard days, but his smile was friendly enough. Andrew was renting from the elderly woman who owned the house. She lived there with her son, who had some health challenges, and rented the other rooms to make ends meet. Andrew was just one of the people passing through her house, or so I thought. Andrew seemed friendly enough, kicking a soccer ball around with my brother on the sidewalk and making casual conversation with my mom. He came off as rough but surprisingly polite, with a warmth that seemed genuine. To me, he was just another face in the neighborhood, and I quickly brushed him off, eager to get inside and lose myself in a Minecraft session. It was a brief meeting, nothing memorable, at least not at the time. That was in October. By the time winter set in, I'd almost forgotten about Andrea entirely. But late one January morning, everything changed. It was still dark, and I was barely awake when my dad burst into my room, lifting me out of bed without a word, and carrying me to my parents' bedroom, where my mom and younger brother were already waiting. I remember the confusion, the sense of being jarred awake, wondering if I was dreaming, annoyed at being disturbed. I tried to head back to my room, but my dad's voice, sharp, urgent, called me back, saying, "Stay here. You need to stay here." There was a seriousness in his tone I'd never heard before. My heart started racing as I caught a glimpse of his expression, one of worry and unease. He explained that there were police officers next door, outside Andrew's house. It turns out Andrew's ex-girlfriend had shown up to collect her things, bringing her new boyfriend along for support. Something had triggered Andrew, and he ended up confronting them in a way that turned violent. The police arrived quickly, guns drawn, voices echoing through the early morning air. We could only sit there, staring at each other, caught between disbelief and fear. In the weeks that followed, I tried to convince myself it was a one-time incident, a moment of anger that would pass. But then March arrived, and whatever sense of safety we had was about to unravel entirely. It started like any other day. My mom picked me up from school, though my brother stayed behind for guitar lessons. Tossing my backpack into the trunk, I noticed something unusual: suitcases packed neatly in the back. My mom, wearing an almost too cheerful expression, told me, "We're staying at a hotel tonight." She didn't give any reason, just said it like it was a fun, spontaneous idea. I felt an odd twinge of anxiety, but I didn't push it. We drove around for a while until my dad called. My mom's expression changed, and she explained that I'd be going home with my dad after all. The hotel plan, whatever it was suddenly off. I was confused, and the whole situation felt off-kilter, like there was something they weren't telling me. When my dad and I got back home, I noticed it right away: police tape stretched across our lawn. My dad made a passing comment about something involving drugs next door, but his words didn't fully register. It wasn't until later that the real story emerged. Apparently, Andrew had been seen sitting on his front steps in a dazed state, drawing the attention of someone in the neighborhood who called the police. When the officers arrived, Andrew bolted, running off into the next town. As they investigated his house, one officer picked up a small package, and soon after, he started feeling strange. They had to call in a hazmat team, and that's when the truth came out: Andrew had been running some sort of drug operation out of the house. A full lab, right next door. The police strongly advised us to leave the house for our safety, though thankfully, they confirmed it wasn't something highly flammable, so we were able to return. Still, the knowledge that this was happening mere feet from our home was enough to unsettle anyone. That night I couldn't think straight. I barely ate, feeling sick with anxiety. I crouched behind the couch, almost like it was a safe hideout, my mind whirling with fear. None of us slept well. I could feel the weight of everything pressing down on me, and I knew I'd never see our house the same way again. It was hard to believe, but Andrew was released from jail soon after. He came right back, acting as though nothing had changed. Due to some issue with the evidence, they couldn't hold him, and he went right back to his old lifestyle. My family, already on edge, started making plans. We bought a large dog, installed security cameras, and took every precaution we could think of. Meanwhile, my brother and I started seeing a therapist more frequently, trying to process everything we'd been through. The weeks leading up to our move felt like they dragged on forever. Andrew would sit outside, on his back porch, staring across the yard at our house. He rarely spoke, just sat there with a hollow expression that sent chills through me. My dad tried confronting him once, but Andrew only yelled back, hurling vague threats that lingered long after he'd gone back inside. We all knew we couldn't stay. On the day we finally moved out, Andrew's behavior escalated. Just as we were leaving, he let his dog loose, a pit bull he knew was aggressive right around the time we'd usually walk our own dog. But we were already gone, safe and far enough away that he couldn't reach us. Still, it felt like a bitter reminder that his influence, his presence, had left a scar we couldn't erase. A month later, we heard one last story about Andrew. He'd been caught in a nearby grocery store, acting erratically, high on something. He even tried to grab a young child. Luckily, the parents were nearby and able to stop him, and Andrew fled before police could apprehend him on the spot. Eventually, they found him, but due to issues with jail overcrowding, he was released again shortly after. As I think back on those years, I can't help but shudder at the thought of what could have happened. Andrew was unpredictable, and knowing he was capable of something like that haunts me to this day. It's a reminder that sometimes danger can be closer than you think, and that quiet neighborhoods aren't always what they seem.
Made it for my mom. It was actually in honor of my grandmother who passed away last year. I was able to trace one of her recipes and heat transfer vinyl it onto this tea towel. It's in her actual handwriting. That's what it looks like. Making things with Cricut and making things yourself, even when you could buy them, is the special part. I'm so thankful I could give this to you. I know Grandma was special to all of us. You are special to all of us too.
True. At Moon Ziffer, we've recovered over $1 billion in settlements for our clients. How? By working hard to get every penny for every client on every case. Now let's talk about your case. Call Moon Ziffer.
Theme. A few years ago, during the crisp, cool days of autumn, I decided to venture out and camp in an old-growth forest in North Georgia. Autumn in the forest always has this magical quality. The air is sharp with the smell of dry leaves, and the earth beneath your feet feels more alive. The days are shorter, the nights longer, and the shadows grow more mysterious. As the leaves on the trees turn shades of orange, gold, and red, there's a deep stillness in the woods, as if everything is preparing for the long, quiet winter ahead. I had been backpacking and camping mostly solo for years, and this spot in Georgia was one I'd been wanting to explore for a while. It was known to be one of the last remaining old-growth forests in the area, untouched by logging and human hands for centuries. I'd always been cautious when it came to exploring new places, especially when I was alone. The forest, vast and dense, was my kind of place. I never rushed through, preferring to take my time and quietly observe the environment around me. Every branch, every leaf that shifted seemed important to me. I often found that the more time I spent in the woods, the more I felt in tune with its quiet rhythm. Yet I also remained alert, knowing that a true wilderness has a way of demanding respect. The old-growth forest in North Georgia was a place of towering hemlocks and massive poplars, their trunks thick and sturdy, each tree standing like a giant sentry over the land. I'd researched the area beforehand, studying the trails, and I found an old guidebook that outlined a route that led into this forest. It wasn't a popular trail, nothing like the main, well-traveled paths that most people took, but that was exactly what drew me to it. It felt more remote and untouched, just the way I liked it. After a long drive down winding country roads that turned into gravel paths, I finally arrived at the trailhead. It was a quiet, peaceful place with no other cars around, no sounds of human activity. The trail was unmaintained, which didn't bother me at all, it just meant fewer people. I loaded up my pack and started hiking. The forest quickly closed in around me, the path narrowing into a single trail barely wide enough for me to pass through. The further I went, the more the forest seemed to swallow me whole. There was a strange, serene calm to it all. But there was also something else, a sense that I wasn't just walking through the woods, but walking on land that had a story, one that only those who had lived in it for centuries would truly understand. Eventually, the trail stopped altogether. There was no sign of where it had once continued, just a sudden end where the woods stretched out before me. I wandered off the path, curious to explore, and soon found myself at the edge of a creek. I crossed over, and from there, the land opened up into a large, overgrown field. It was a strange sight in the middle of the forest, this open bowl-like area surrounded by ridges and hills on all sides. From my map, it looked like I was far from any settlements or roads, and yet, this field felt like it was hiding some long-forgotten history. There were no signs of human life, no structures, no remnants of old farmsteads, just the overgrown remnants of something that had once been. I set up camp in the middle of the field, the sky above clear and unclouded, the trees towering on the edges of the open space. The evening air was cool, the kind of crispness that comes with autumn, and the smell of wood smoke lingered faintly from previous travelers. I made a small meal and settled in for the night, the calm of the forest around me almost overwhelming. It was then that I decided to enjoy the night sky, something I never took for granted, especially when out in the wild where there was no light pollution. I lay back in front of my tent, the grass beneath me soft and cool, and just stared up at the stars. It was a perfect moment. The night was still. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of the wind through the trees and the soft murmur of the creek nearby. But as I lay there, something shifted in the air. I first thought it was just my imagination, but then I heard a loud knocking sound coming from the ridge where I had been earlier that day. At first I thought it was an animal, perhaps a beaver chewing on something, or a large bird knocking something down, but the sound didn't fit. It was rhythmic. 3 sharp knocks, followed by a long pause, then 3 more. It was so loud that it seemed to reverberate through the ground, almost like a distant drumbeat. The sound repeated, loud and unmistakable, as though someone was deliberately banging something heavy against a tree or logs. I could feel the impact through the ground, and I could tell it was coming from the ridge I had explored earlier. It wasn't close, probably a few hundred yards away, but in the quiet of the night, it felt as though it was happening right next to me. I lay there for a moment, trying to reason with myself, but there was no logical explanation for what I was hearing. What kind of animal could make a noise like that? A person, maybe? But who'd be out in the woods, at this hour, making such a loud rhythmic noise? I listened carefully, trying to pick up on any other sounds that might explain it, but the knocks continued, almost as if whoever was making them was doing it on purpose, as though they knew I was listening. I felt a chill creep up my spine. It wasn't just the strange sound that unsettled me, it was the fact that I was so far out here, so isolated, and yet I wasn't alone. Whoever or whatever was making that noise knew I was there. Eventually, the knocking stopped, and silence fell over the field once again. But it wasn't the peaceful silence I'd grown used to. It was heavy, as if the forest was holding its breath. I stayed awake for a while, listening to every shift of the wind, every crack of a branch. I half expected the knocking to start again, but it didn't. Finally, exhaustion overcame me, and I drifted off to sleep. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the woods. The next morning, I packed up camp and started the long hike back to the trailhead. But as I walked, my mind kept returning to the knocking. What had it been? A person? A wild animal? Or something else entirely? I'll never know for sure. But I can't help but think back to that night whenever I'm alone in the woods. Maybe I'll never have an answer, but that experience stayed with me long after I left that forest behind. When I told my friends about what had happened, they each had their theories. Some suggested I'd encountered Sasquatch after all. That was the kind of behavior attributed to those creatures. Others thought I might have been near someone's hidden cabin, though that made no sense considering how remote the area was. It wasn't like I had stumbled into some popular camping spot. It was a quiet, forgotten corner of the forest, far from any human presence. The one thing I couldn't shake, though, was the certainty that whoever or whatever had been out there in the dark with me had a purpose. And that purpose wasn't just to make noise. It was to make me aware of its presence.
Book Selected Cruises Black Friday event today.
Milano? Rich dark chocolate hidden between delicate cookies? These are fancy, Santa.
Fancy Santa?
Fancy Santa. What do you think?
Too fancy.
These two?
Not fancy enough. Fancy. Too sporty. Mrs. Claus might not approve. All right. That's it.
I just want this coast cut.
Santa?
Fancy Santa.
Is that Lulu's jacket?
Mm-hmm.
Fancy a Milano? Built without limits. Dyna Pro. Hankook tire.
I'm a woman in my early 20s, and for someone like me, shy and a bit reserved, dating apps have felt like a good way to meet people without the pressure of face-to-face interaction right away. I started using Tinder about a year ago, and it's been a decent experience for the most part. I could get to know someone's personality, chat with them a bit, and decide if we had any chemistry before actually meeting in person. This is especially helpful for me, as my shyness has always made putting myself out there in public feel intimidating. Over that year, I met a few people, some of whom became friends, others short-term relationships that ended peacefully, with no hard feelings on either side. Most people I met through the app were normal, just people looking for a connection. But this one time it was different. That autumn, I matched with a guy named Alex. His profile was simple and not overly flashy. He seemed down to earth, mentioning he enjoyed reading and was a bit of an introvert. We started messaging back and forth, and over a couple of weeks I felt like we connected pretty well. Alex seemed shy too, which made me feel more comfortable since I didn't feel pressure to be overly chatty or charming. Our conversations were easy, and he always seemed respectful and polite. After 2 weeks of texting, he suggested we meet up for dinner. It was early October, and the town was covered in a carpet of fallen leaves, all shades of gold, red and brown. I put on a cozy sweater, grabbed my scarf, and drove to the restaurant we'd chosen, a small, quiet spot I liked. When I arrived, I spotted him at a corner table. I felt relieved that he looked exactly like his photos. My biggest fear was always that someone would show up looking totally different. But no, Alex seemed just as I'd pictured. Still, when we sat down, something felt off. He seemed uncomfortable, avoiding eye contact and giving me short, almost dismissive responses. I tried to get him to open up, asking about his favorite books, his job, his family, but his answers were clipped, almost like he didn't want to be there. At one point, halfway through dinner, he suddenly said, "I forgot something in my car," and got up and left the table. I watched him go, waiting, thinking he'd be right back. But 10 minutes passed, then 15. I looked around, wondering if I should leave. but he finally came back, offering no explanation, just sitting down as if nothing had happened. By the time we finished our meal, I knew there was no real spark between us. I gently told him that I didn't think we were a good match, and he just nodded, not saying anything, his face unreadable. After an awkward goodbye, I got into my car and went home. I spent the rest of the night on the couch, watching an old movie and trying to shake off the strange vibe I'd felt with Alex. But around 11p.m. I was startled by the sound of footsteps outside my front door. It was a soft, measured tread, like someone was deliberately stepping up to my house. I paused the TV, heart racing, listening intently. For a moment, there was silence, and I thought I'd imagined it. But then came a knock, a slow, loud knock that echoed through the quiet house. My heart was pounding as I got up and approached the door, peering through the peephole. To my shock, it was Alex. My stomach twisted. I hadn't given him my address, and I had no idea how he could have found my house. I hesitated, then opened the door a crack, not enough for him to see much of me. "Alex? What are you doing here?" I tried to keep my voice steady, but I could hear the unease in it. He looked at me, his expression blank, then glanced away, his eyes shifting as if scanning the street. "I just wanted to talk," he said, barely above a whisper. I didn't know what to say. It felt wrong, him showing up here uninvited. The unease turned into a low, simmering fear. "It's late, Alex," I said, trying to keep my voice firm. "I'm going to bed now. You should leave." He nodded slowly, then backed away, disappearing into the shadows. I waited until I heard his car start and drive off before I shut the door and locked it. My pulse was racing as I sat back down, and I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. How had he found my house? The next day, I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe he'd looked up my last name and found my address. Maybe he was just really interested and didn't realize how it came off. I tried to brush it off, though a nagging fear lingered. I stayed inside most of the day, the autumn chill settling into the house, the wind brushing leaves against the windows. In the late afternoon, when I took the trash out, I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the fresh frost, leading around the side of my house and toward the backyard. My heart skipped a beat. I followed the trail, seeing that the prints circled my entire house, then led up to my back door. The realization hit me hard. The night before, I'd only heard him at the front door. These footprints meant he'd been around the house while I was sleeping, watching, maybe looking for another way inside. My hands shook as I went back inside and locked the door, double-checking all the windows. My mind raced with thoughts of calling the police, but my social anxiety held me back, making me question myself. I felt trapped between fear and doubt. As evening fell, the house grew darker and quieter. I turned on every light, trying to push back the creeping dread that had settled over me. I sat in the living room, clutching my phone, listening to the silence. Then, just as the clock ticked past 8 p.m., I heard the crunching of footsteps in the fallen leaves outside. They were slow, deliberate, like someone was pacing around, deciding whether to come closer. I stood frozen, barely daring to breathe. The footsteps stopped right outside the living room window. A faint scraping noise followed. My stomach twisted as I realized what I was hearing. A knife, or some kind of tool, was being wedged between the window frame, trying to pry it open. My mind raced with panic, every fiber of my being screaming at me to do something, but I couldn't move. The sound was so quiet, so careful, as if whoever was out there didn't want me to hear. I forced myself to move, grabbing my phone and dialing 911 with shaking fingers. As I whispered my address to the dispatcher, the scraping noise stopped. Silence fell over the house, thick and oppressive. Then, I heard the footsteps again, this time moving around to the back of the house. My heart raced, and I took the biggest knife from the kitchen, clutching it tightly as I backed into the hallway. Suddenly, there was a loud bang at the back door, a fierce, pounding noise that echoed through the house. I ran upstairs, hiding in the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I held my breath, listening as the banging continued, louder and more desperate, shaking the entire back door. The minutes felt like hours, and then, finally, I heard the sound of sirens outside. The banging stopped abruptly, and footsteps retreated down the driveway. Moments later, the police were at my door. I ran downstairs and let them in, my whole body trembling with relief. They searched the area and found Alex hiding nearby. He was arrested, though he barely spoke, giving no explanation for what he'd done. To this day, I don't know what he was planning, and I don't want to think about it. The memory still haunts me, especially when autumn comes, and the nights grow colder and quieter. I haven't used a dating app since. That night taught me to be far more cautious, and even now, I can't shake the feeling that, had the police arrived a moment later, I might not have been so lucky. Might not have been so lucky. The whole thing started a few months back, right around autumn when the days were getting shorter, and there was a chill in the air that made everything feel a little sharper, a little clearer. I'd get these random Facebook messages from Brian, a guy I'd never met before. His messages were different from the usual, cringy DMs. He actually sounded smart and funny, so we kept chatting now and then about random stuff, music, movies, whatever came to mind. Brian told me he was divorced with one kid, which somehow made me feel a bit sorry for him, especially when he'd vent about his ex-wife. It bugged me a little that he was airing all this personal stuff to a stranger, but I brushed it off. He seemed harmless enough. As the leaves changed and autumn took over, I noticed he'd started to direct the conversation toward Lily, my best friend. He knew a lot about her since we'd grown up together. I talked about her often because we were so close, but Brian seemed to latch onto any detail I shared about her. Whenever we talked, he'd steer the topic back to her, asking me for stories from our childhood, or wanting to know what she was like now. I laughed it off, and even joked that if he was tired of me, I could give him Lily's number instead. But he just made a weird joke in response, and I didn't think much more of it. A few weeks later, Lily finally had some time off work, and we got together for drinks. It had been ages since we caught up properly. Naturally, I told her about Brian, showing her a picture of him. I expected her to say he was cute or something, but her face went pale. She grabbed my phone and stared at it like she'd seen a ghost. "This is him," she whispered, looking genuinely shaken. "This is the guy I was telling you about?" I laughed at first, thinking she was messing with me, but she wasn't. She was serious, her face a mix of fear and confusion. I asked her what she meant, and she filled me in on her experience with him. Apparently she'd met him on a dating app, and at first she had the same impression of him I did, that he was smart, charming, and cultured. So when he asked her out, she thought, why not? But their date didn't go well. By the end, he'd gotten a bit too handsy, insisting on driving her home, even though she'd driven herself there. She refused, feeling uncomfortable and worried about giving him her address. The next day, he called her, apologizing for his behavior and blaming it on a mix of stress and alcohol. He said he really liked her and wanted to be honest with her. She agreed to meet him again, and that's when he told her he was still technically married, living with his wife and kid. Because they were separated in the same house, she told him straight up that she didn't believe him and accused him of trying to cheat. Somehow he managed to talk his way out of it, or at least enough to keep her from totally cutting him off. They kept talking here and there, though she still refused to see him in person until he could prove he was actually divorced. One day, he offered to have his wife confirm they were separated. He handed her the phone, and a woman's voice told Lily they weren't together, though they still lived under the same roof. Instead of feeling reassured, Lily just felt more confused. She still liked him, but was cautious. It seemed he was hiding something. She hesitated to see him again, but one day he just happened to be outside her workplace when her shift ended. They grabbed a drink, and she told him more about her life, her childhood things he'd use later on to start conversations with me. Thinking back, it was around that same time that Brian began messaging me on Facebook. Realizing that timing made both of us feel sick to our stomachs, Lily and I decided we needed to confront him. She'd talk to him first, and then I would, and we'd compare what he said. That night, I texted him and flat out asked why he'd lied about being divorced, and why he'd started talking to me while still seeing my best friend. He stammered a bit, but eventually said he was just curious about me after hearing so much about me from Lily. He admitted that he'd found me by stalking her Facebook page, scrolling through her friends until he found me. That creeped me out because Lily hadn't even added him on Facebook, and she'd never told him exactly where she worked, so he must have really been digging for details. Lily confronted him too, and he gave her a similar story, claiming he just wanted to learn more about her from the person who knows her best. We were both freaked out, but we told him it was over, that we didn't want to see him or talk to him ever again. At first he seemed to accept it, but then things got worse. He'd send messages by accident saying he meant them for someone else. These accidents were clearly just excuses to try and start conversations with us again. He'd randomly appear at the coffee shop I'd go to, or bump into Lily at the grocery store. Every time he'd act surprised, claiming it was a coincidence. It was annoying and unsettling, but we kept telling ourselves he was just a clingy, harmless guy. We were so wrong. One day Lily showed up at my place, visibly shaken. She told me she'd been on a date with a new guy, and as they were sitting in a restaurant, Brian had passed by and spotted them. Later he called her, furious, yelling about how she'd ruined his life, saying he couldn't stop thinking about her. In a moment of anger, he claimed that because of her, he'd lost control and taken his frustrations out on his child, even chasing his wife out of the house. She told him off and blocked him, but his words had freaked us both out. That evening, my phone rang from an unknown number. Normally I wouldn't pick up, but I was waiting on a package delivery, so I thought it might be the delivery guy. It was Brian. He was crying, begging me to talk to Lily for him, to convince her to unblock him. His voice was erratic, desperate, and it sent chills down my spine. I calmly told him to act like an adult and to get help, but he went on, admitting he'd made up that whole story about hitting his kid just to make Lily feel guilty. He sounded so unhinged, and I told him that if he didn't stop contacting us, we'd go to the police. Then I hung up and blocked him too. After that, things quieted down for a couple of months, and we started to think it was over. But then, just yesterday, we went to a mutual friend's birthday party, and there he was, the birthday girl's +1. Seeing him again made my stomach turn. He acted like he'd never met us, just a stranger among friends, but I knew he'd noticed us. I could feel his eyes on us the whole time, like he was waiting, watching for some reaction. I kept my distance, but I knew deep down this wasn't over. Brian wasn't just some guy we could ignore and hope would go away. It was 2018, and I was 12 years old, living in a small, quiet town in southern Louisiana. It was the kind of town where everyone knew each other, and life moved slowly. My parents had recently gone through a tough divorce, and my mom and I were in between homes, staying in a cramped little 2-bedroom, 1-bath house on my grandmother's property, while my mom saved up money for us to find somewhere better. The place felt temporary and bare, more like a place to crash than a home. But we didn't have much of a choice. It was early autumn, and the annual town fair was coming up, the biggest event of the year. Leaves were already starting to change, and a chill crept into the air at dusk, making it feel like something was shifting. Everyone in town looked forward to the fair. It was the one time the whole town came alive. My mom and I didn't have a lot of money for extra things like rides or food from the stalls, but since it was within walking distance, we decided to go anyway, just to see friends and enjoy the evening. The night of the fair, my mom and I strolled over, the crisp fall air making the distant fairground lights seem even brighter. When we arrived, she met up with some of her friends, and she told me to go have fun with mine. I felt free as I wandered, meeting up with a few classmates, playing games and laughing. For a while, I forgot about all the stress at home. I was happy until I clumsily spilled soda all over the oversized t-shirt I was wearing. Embarrassed, I decided to run home and change quickly. The walk back was quiet, the streets empty, the trees casting long shadows under the streetlights. There was something still and almost eerie about it, but I kept telling myself that it was just because I wasn't used to being out alone after dark. When I got to our little house, the front door was unlocked, just like I'd left it. As I stepped into my room, I noticed something unusual. There, spread across my bed, was a newspaper. I knew I hadn't left it. I hadn't even been reading a newspaper. It looked old, the pages yellowed with time, and as I picked it up, I saw the date at the top 2001. I was confused, but I figured my mom must have left it there for some reason. Still, something about it didn't sit right with me. I quickly changed and went back to the fair, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. Later that night, when my mom and I returned home, I brought up the newspaper. She looked at me, puzzled, and asked, "What newspaper?" I showed her, and she just shook her head, saying she hadn't seen it before. I asked my grandmother about it the next day, and she said the same thing. None of us knew how a 17-year-old newspaper ended up on my bed. A few days later, it started. The landline phone rang late at night. My mom picked it up, but no one answered. She kept saying, "Hello? Hello," but eventually hung up, saying it was probably just a wrong number or a prank caller. We went to bed, but I couldn't sleep, lying there in the dark, feeling like something was off. The quiet felt too heavy, like the house itself was holding its breath. The phone calls continued. Each night it would ring, and my mom would answer, but there was only silence. Sometimes she would hear breathing just faint, shallow breathing, and then nothing. I could see the worry in her eyes, but she kept trying to reassure me. "It's just some stupid kid trying to scare us," she'd say. But her voice had a tremor she couldn't hide. Then, one night, around 1 in the morning, the phone rang again. This time I decided to answer it myself. I picked up the receiver, and for a moment there was nothing. But then, I heard its soft, slow breathing, almost like a whisper. I froze, unable to move or speak. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I quickly hung up and ran to my mom's room, barely able to get the words out. She told me to leave the phone off the hook for the rest of the night, so whoever it was would just get a busy signal if they called back. The next morning, over breakfast, my mom finally admitted that she'd heard the breathing too. "It's probably just a prank," she said again. But she didn't look at me when she said it. I could tell she was scared, even if she didn't want to show it. The next night, after a grocery run, we came home a bit later than usual. It was dark out, and as we carried the bags inside, we both heard something faint but unmistakable, a voice singing from the woods nearby. It was distant but clear, a man's voice singing the chorus of "I Will Always Love You," slow and haunting, as if he was performing just for us. We stood there, frozen, listening as the voice echoed through the trees. Then I saw him. He was standing in the shadows, half hidden among the trees. He was a large man, wearing a cheap plastic clown mask, swaying slightly as he sang, his voice low and off-key. I couldn't see his eyes behind the mask, but I felt them on us, watching. My mom grabbed my arm, and we bolted into the house, slamming the door behind us. She locked every lock on the door, her hands shaking, and grabbed the phone to call the police. It felt like forever before they arrived, but when they finally did, they searched the area. They didn't find anything, no trace of the man, no footprints, nothing. We told the police about the strange newspaper and the phone calls, but they brushed it off, saying it was probably just a prank. They asked if it could have been someone we knew, but my mom shook her head. My dad wouldn't do something like this, and there was no one else we could think of. The police told us to keep the doors locked and said they'd keep an eye on the area, but I could tell they didn't take us seriously. The following days were tense. My mom and I barely spoke, both of us on edge. We started staying with my grandmother at night, only going back to the little house during the day to pack our things. But even then, I felt like I was being watched, like there were eyes on me, following me wherever I went. Every little sound made me jump, and I slept with the lights on. After a few weeks, my mom finally managed to save up enough for us to move. I can't describe the relief I felt as we left that house behind, but even after we moved, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching, waiting. Sometimes, in the quiet of autumn nights, I still hear that voice in my head, singing softly from the shadows, like a memory that refuses to fade. To this day, I don't know who he was, or why he chose us, but part of me wonders if he ever really left. Which story setting scared you the most? Let me know in the comments. Last year, as the leaves started to turn and the days grew shorter, I decided to sell a few things I no longer needed. One of those things was a vintage lamp, something I thought would be easy to sell on Market Blaze. I posted it online and didn't think much of it, just waiting for someone to message me about it. After a couple of days, a guy reached out to me through Facebook, asking for more pictures and details about the lamp. Nothing seemed off. He seemed like any other buyer, polite and straightforward. He asked if he could pick it up since I didn't drive, and we agreed on a price. After talking a bit, I gave him my postcode, and we exchanged numbers so we could arrange a time and date for the pickup. It felt like the usual online transaction, and I didn't think twice about giving him my number since it made meeting up easier. But then, after that last message, things went quiet. Days passed, and I heard nothing back. I assumed he must have lost interest. Maybe found something else, and I didn't think much of it. A few days later, the calls started. They came in as no caller ID calls, and I immediately assumed they were from my ex. He'd often call from random numbers to argue or mess with me. I ignored the first few calls, not in the mood to deal with his drama. But on a Friday night, I'd had a couple of drinks, and when the phone rang again, I decided to answer it. I was ready to tell him off, but instead of the angry voice I expected, all I heard was silence, and then breathing. It was slow and heavy, like whoever was on the other end was deliberately letting me hear each breath. I waited, frozen, wondering if they'd say something, but the breathing continued. Then, out of nowhere, came a giggle, a high-pitched, unsettling laugh that made my skin crawl. Before I could even react, the call ended. I stared at the phone, the silence around me suddenly feeling heavy. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe it was just some prank or that I was overreacting, but it didn't stop there. Over the next few weeks, the calls came almost every night. Sometimes it was just breathing, other times there was silence, and occasionally a voice would whisper, "Where are you?" and hang up. Each call left me more uneasy, but I tried to ignore it, hoping it would stop on its own. When I finally told my dad about it, he suggested putting my phone on Do Not Disturb, so the calls would go straight to voicemail. It gave me some relief, but the sense of being watched never left. Each night, I'd lie in bed, tense, waiting for that no-caller ID to flash on my screen, even if I couldn't hear it ring. My mind kept running through scenarios, wondering who it could be, and why they were so fixated on me. One night, I was working a shift at the pub near my house. It was a bit of a walk, but the streets were usually empty by the time I finished, which made me feel safe. Around 11 p.m., as I was finishing up, I noticed 4 missed calls from my mom. My heart pounded as I called her back, worried something had happened. She answered right away, sounding anxious. "A man came by the house," she said. "He asked for you." My stomach dropped. I couldn't think of anyone who'd just show up at our place unannounced, especially late at night. Then she told me something that made my blood run cold. The man had asked her if he could wait in my room until I got home from work. I felt my skin prickle with fear. How did he know I was at work? Who would even think to ask to wait in someone's room? My mom, thinking on her feet, told him that if I'd really asked him to wait, he could do so outside, since we had a large, unfriendly dog. She said he seemed to hesitate, then left without saying much. I explained everything to her: the man on Facebook, the strange calls, the breathing, and the creepy giggling. Suddenly, all the pieces came together, and I realized this was no coincidence. The man at our door wasn't a stranger just looking for a lamp. He was the same person who'd been calling me, watching, and waiting. As I ended the call with my mom, I couldn't shake the feeling that he might still be out there, lurking somewhere in the dark, maybe watching the pub, waiting for me to walk home alone. I texted my mom, asking her to pick me up. The thought of walking those empty streets alone, with him possibly waiting nearby, was too terrifying. While I waited for her to arrive, I tried to find the man's Facebook profile so I could confront him, but it was gone, completely vanished, like he'd never existed. The realization made my stomach twist. He'd created a fake profile, just to find me and get my details. I felt sick, thinking about how easily I'd trusted someone who was practically a stranger. After that night, the calls kept coming, even with my phone on Do Not Disturb. Each time I'd feel a surge of fear, even if I didn't answer. Sometimes I'd wonder if he was outside, looking through the windows or waiting in the shadows, waiting for me to be alone. I started glancing over my shoulder more, locking the doors twice, and keeping the lights on at night. I never felt truly safe in my own home again. Now, a whole year has passed, and autumn has returned, bringing with it the memory of those chilling calls. Every time I see a no-caller ID pop up on my phone, my heart skips a beat. I have no idea what his intentions were, but I shudder to think about what could have happened if he'd shown up while I was home alone. It's a warning I carry with me: trust no one easily. And remember that, sometimes, the scariest things can happen just because of a message about a simple, old lamp. Hey everyone, I'm curious to know more about you all. Drop a comment below, and let me know which country you're watching from. I love seeing how far our community reaches, so don't be shy. I'll be reading through the comments. 2 years ago, I broke things off with my ex. He'd become a reckless person, bouncing from job to job, and never managing to hold any responsibilities. For a while, I thought he'd change, but he never did, and eventually I knew we weren't going to work out. Even with all that, though, I never thought he'd do something like what happened next. For a few months after the breakup, my life was peaceful. I was finally free to just enjoy being single, focusing on my job and my friends. Autumn had rolled in, and the cool weather made everything feel fresh and new. I spent a lot of evenings just curled up with a good book or a show, letting myself settle into this new phase of life. Then, one night, everything changed. I was driving home late from work, the headlights illuminating the fallen leaves on the road. As I pulled into my driveway, my stomach dropped. Just out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a shadowy figure standing by a window on the left side of my house. My headlights briefly lit him up. He was dressed in all black, leaning close to the glass, as if he was trying to see inside. My heart began to pound. I didn't dare pull in any closer. Instead, I slowly backed out, parked further down the street, and dialed the police, my hands shaking. They arrived not long after, and did a thorough search around the house, but they didn't find anyone. When they asked if I knew who it could have been, I said no. Even though my ex had been a mess, I'd never thought of him doing something like this. I hadn't had any bad breakups with other people either, so I had no clue who it could be. The police left, and so did the stranger, if he'd even been there at all. By the time I was back inside, I was convinced I'd just imagined the whole thing. But that didn't stop me from double-checking the windows and doors that night, and every night after. The next week went by without any problems, but I still kept my windows locked tight every night. Then, one morning, I woke up to the sound of something moving outside my bedroom window. At first, I thought it might be an animal, like a raccoon scurrying around in the bushes. But my mind went right back to that shadowy figure from last week. I jumped out of bed, threw on some clothes, and cautiously pulled the blinds back, expecting to see something or someone just outside. But there was nothing. I looked down the side of the house, straining my eyes in the early morning light, but still, nobody was there. A little shaken, I continued with my day, but I couldn't shake that creeping feeling. That night, I came home from work exhausted. I made a quick dinner, watched some TV, and decided to head to bed early. As I walked down the hallway, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, and I froze. The window in the living room was open just a crack. My heart sank. I knew I'd locked it. I always did. I walked over to the window, feeling a wave of dread wash over me. The lock had been forced open, the latch bent and broken. I felt trapped, like the walls of my own home were closing in on me. I stood there, not knowing what to do, terrified to make a sound in case someone was still inside. Then my phone buzzed, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I looked at the screen, and my stomach twisted. It was a text from my ex, asking how I'd been doing. I just stared at the screen, my mind racing. Was this just a coincidence, or was he watching me right now? Another message came through, "We need to talk." My hands shook as I turned my phone to silent, holding back tears as fear took over. I knew I had to get out. I quietly moved toward the front door, every creak in the floor sounding deafening in the silence. I reached for the doorknob, slowly turning it, hoping it wouldn't make too much noise. But the door let out a loud, groaning creak. And then, from down the hall, I heard a loud thud from inside my bedroom. My heart pounded in my chest as I threw the front door open and sprinted down the street, my feet pounding against the pavement. I ducked behind a neighbor's house, breathing heavily, and quickly called the police. As I waited, I couldn't stop thinking about that thud. What was he doing in my bedroom? What was he planning? The police arrived fast, and I walked back to my house with them. 2 officers entered, and I held my breath as they disappeared inside. After a minute, they came back out, holding my ex, dragging him to their car. He kept pleading, saying he just wanted to talk, and that he knew he was wrong to break in, but that he wasn't going to do anything else. But when they searched him, they found a knife in his pocket. That was the last time I ever saw or heard from him. I don't believe he just wanted to talk. He'd been lurking around my house, opening windows, waiting inside my bedroom with a knife. To this day, I wonder what he was really planning to do. And every time I think of that autumn night, I'm grateful I trusted my instincts and got out when I did. Hey everyone, thanks for listening. If you stuck around until the end, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and click the notification bell so you never miss a new episode. As always, I'm looking for more story ideas, so drop a comment below with any themes or experiences you'd like to hear next. Stay safe out there, and until next time, keep your eyes open.
Download Jackpot World now.
I was on a late-night haul trying to cover as much ground as I could before exhaustion set in. The highway was dark and empty, with only the occasional blur of headlights passing by. After hours of driving, I noticed my fuel gauge dipping into the red. That's when I spotted a gas station up ahead, its old-fashioned neon sign flickering like something out of a movie. I pulled in, relieved to find somewhere to fill up. The moment I stepped out of the truck, though, something felt off. The place was too quiet, almost unnaturally so. The air was thick, heavy, like the world was holding its breath. The gas station itself was dated, peeling paint, cracked windows, but what unsettled me most were the people there. The few truckers at the pumps didn't even glance in my direction. They kept their heads down, staring at the ground or their trucks. It was strange. Usually there's at least a nod, a quick wave. But these guys, they acted like I wasn't even there. I walked inside to pay, and the attendant barely acknowledged me. He was robotic, like he'd done this 1,000 times but wasn't actually present. I asked him how far the next town was, just to break the awkward silence. His eyes met mine for a split second before shifting back to the register. "Just keep driving," he said, his voice flat, almost mechanical. I didn't stick around after that. Something about the place made my skin crawl. I fueled up as quickly as I could, climbed back into the cab, and hit the road again, eager to leave that eerie pit stop behind. But it wasn't long before things got weird. About 20 minutes down the highway, I noticed another gas station coming up in the distance. As I got closer, my stomach dropped. It looked exactly like the one I had just left. Same flickering neon sign, same cracked windows, same layout. Maybe I was just tired, I told myself. Maybe it was a chain, one of those identical gas stations you find all along the highways. But then I saw something that made my heart race. The same trucks from before were parked at the pumps. The same truckers were standing there, in the exact same positions, heads down, like they hadn't moved at all. I had just passed them. How could they have gotten ahead of me? Trying to shake off the rising panic, I pressed down on the gas and sped past the station, refusing to look back. But as the miles rolled by, the road seemed endless, and that feeling of being watched crawled up my spine. Then I saw it again. That damn gas station. At first I thought I was losing my mind, but as I passed it this time, I caught something in my rearview mirror. There in the distance by the edge of the station was a figure, a man. He was standing completely still, too far away for me to make out his features, but close enough for me to feel the weight of his stare. It felt like he was watching me, waiting. I drove faster, trying to outrun whatever was happening. But no matter how far I went, the gas station kept reappearing. And every time, the figure was there, a little closer than before, like he was slowly closing the gap. On my fourth pass, something else had changed. One of the trucks was gone, then another and another. Each time I returned, there were fewer trucks, fewer drivers. It was like they were being erased, one by one. Soon it was just me, my truck, and the figure standing by the station. The last time I saw it, I didn't even slow down. I kept my eyes straight ahead, refusing to look in the mirror. But I knew he was there. He was always there. I don't remember how I finally got off that road. It's like my mind blocked it out. But even now, when I'm out on those long, lonely hauls, I catch myself checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see that gas station flickering in the distance. And I wonder if one day I'll look back and find that I never really left at all. It seemed like an easy job at first, almost too good to be true. I was hired to transport a locked container across several states, no questions asked. The company didn't tell me what was inside, but the pay was excellent, so I didn't push for details. Hauling strange cargo wasn't new to me. I'd seen my fair share of odd shipments, but this one felt different. The first few hours went by smoothly. The container was locked up tight, secured to the trailer like any other. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and the darkness settled in, I started hearing things. At first, it was just faint thumping, like something shifting inside. I chalked it up to road bumps or loose cargo, nothing to worry about. But then the noises got stranger. There were scratches, long and drawn out, coming from deep within the container. I turned up the radio to drown it out, but it didn't help. As I drove through the night, I began hearing muffled voices, barely audible, like someone was whispering just on the edge of my hearing. That's when my nerves started to fray. I pulled over at a truck stop to check on the container, my flashlight cutting through the chilly night air. I half expected to find the lock tampered with, but it was sealed tight, as secure as when I picked it up. The noises stopped as soon as I got close, as if whatever was inside knew I was there. Back on the road, the silence didn't last long. The thumps became louder, the scratching more frantic. By midnight, the entire trailer rattled as if something or someone was trying to break free. My hands gripped the wheel tighter as I tried to shake off the growing dread, telling myself it was just paranoia. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The next night it happened again, only this time it was worse. The trailer lurched so violently I thought it might tip over. I pulled off onto a deserted stretch of highway, heart pounding in my chest. The noises from the container were almost deafening now, like something was slamming against the walls, desperate to escape. I wanted to open the lock, to see what the hell I was transporting, but something stopped me. A feeling, a gut instinct telling me that whatever was inside, I didn't want to let it out. That's when I found the manifest, tucked away in the glove compartment, hidden under a stack of old paperwork. It looked ancient, the paper yellowed and brittle. My eyes scanned the details, and my blood ran cold. The cargo I was hauling wasn't new. This same container had been transported before, back in the 1950s, but the shipment had never made it to its destination. The crew had disappeared, their trucks found abandoned on a deserted road, the container still sealed tight. My heart raced as I stared at the date. I wasn't the first to carry this load, and if the manifest was any indication, either I keep driving, pretend I didn't see the manifest, destination, or I cut my losses and leave the container behind. The pounding from inside the trailer grew louder, shaking the entire truck. Whatever was inside, it wanted out. I started the engine and drove. But as the miles passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the voices were getting louder. I didn't stop. Not for food, not for rest. Just kept going, hoping that somehow I could outrun whatever was in that container. But deep down I knew, whatever it wasn't going to let me go. I had been driving all day, pushing to make a tight deadline before the fall evening settled in. The sun had already started to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over the highway, and I was running on fumes, not just the truck, but me too. I needed a break, but I didn't want to waste time. That's when I saw a nearly abandoned rest stop up ahead, and I figured it would be quick enough to pull over, stretch my legs, and get back on the road. The place was as empty as it looked. One flickering light above the bathroom cast a dim glow over the cracked pavement, and a single payphone hung on the wall near the entrance, looking like it hadn't been touched in years. There was something eerie about it, but I shrugged it off. I wasn't looking for comfort, just a place to catch my breath. As soon as I stepped out of the cab, the payphone rang. I froze. Who even used payphones anymore? It was probably a malfunction, I told myself, but the ringing wouldn't stop, cutting through the silence of the empty lot. I walked over, picked up the receiver, and put it to my ear. Nothing. No dial tone, no voice, just the hum of dead air. I hung up and turned back toward my truck. That's when the static started on my radio. At first, I thought it was just interference, maybe a loose wire. But then I heard something underneath the crackling hiss, my name. It was faint, buried beneath the static, but it was there, clear as day. Someone or something was calling my name through the radio. I glanced around the rest stop, but I was alone. At least I thought I was. A shiver ran down my spine, but I wasn't about to let some weird noises get the better of me. I walked toward the restroom to splash some water on my face and wake myself up. But inside, things got even stranger. The restroom was filthy, as you'd expect, but there was something more. Tucked away in the corner, half buried under dust and grime, were old trucker logbooks. My curiosity got the best of me, and I flipped one open. The routes logged inside. They were my routes. They detailed stops and destinations I had made over the last few months. My name wasn't in them, but the times and roads were too precise to be a coincidence. I grabbed another logbook, then another. They were all the same, routes and stops that matched mine. As I kept digging through them, I noticed the names of other truckers written in the pages. Names I didn't recognize, but their routes were eerily similar to mine. My stomach twisted when I saw the dates. These logbooks were decades old, and the truckers who signed them had vanished long ago. Suddenly, I didn't feel so alone. As I backed out of the restroom, I noticed movement in the shadows of the trees surrounding the lot. It was subtle at first, just the faintest hint of something shifting between the trunks. But it was there, watching, waiting. I rushed back to my truck, heart pounding, and jumped into the driver's seat. The static on the radio grew louder, the whispers of my name more insistent, almost frantic now. I slammed the door shut and turned the key, desperate to get out of there. That's when I saw it. Something, or someone, standing at the edge of the lot, just beyond the reach of the light. I couldn't make out its face, but it was tall, unnaturally still, and its gaze was fixed on me. I floored it, tires screeching as I sped away from that rest stop, the static on the radio fading as I put distance between me and whatever was lurking back there. But even now, as I sit in the safety of my cab, miles away, I can't shake the feeling that I'm still being watched. I can't shake the sound of my name, whispered through the crackling hiss of the radio, or the thought that the truckers who signed those logbooks never made it out. I'm just hoping I'm not next.
Gotta press the drum roll.
I'm gonna leave here wondering what we missed out on.
graduated from high school 2 years ago. I remember that during my senior year, there was a really weird thing that happened that I still think about sometimes. I drove to and from school every day. I got a job when I was 16, and over time, saved up enough money to buy a car. Sure, it wasn't nice, but when I became a high school senior, I was finally able to drive myself to school and not rely on the bus anymore. This was especially nice for me, because I lived almost 15 minutes away from my high school, and riding the bus would take forever. I would have to ride the bus for almost an hour to get to school because of how many people we would pick up along the way. Plus, I had to be up by 6:30 to catch the bus. Anyways, shortly after I got the car, just a couple of weeks into the school year, I left to go home one day. When school got out, the parking lots were always extremely busy. It was just like leaving a sporting event right after a big game. You'd be stuck in traffic trying to get out of the parking lot for a good 5 minutes. I would always try to beat the traffic, but rarely did. On this day, I got done with my 5th hour class, and quickly dropped off my book at my locker, got my keys, and headed for the parking lot. I got to my car, started it up, and left. I sat in traffic for a minute or two, leaving the parking lot, and then finally was on the road. It would be pretty smooth sailing from that point on, and like I said, it was almost a 15-minute drive. When I had first pulled out of the parking lot, there was another car that pulled out right after me. I remember noticing it because it didn't stop before exiting. It just left right after me. As I was driving home, it wasn't until I was more than halfway back that I realized that the same car was still right behind me. I wondered which one of my classmates this was. Maybe it was one of my friends, except most of my good friends' cars I would recognize. I didn't recognize this one at all. As I got closer to my house, I was getting more and more curious. Whoever it was must live pretty close to me. I really couldn't see in the driver's window when I looked in my mirror. Eventually, I made it to my street and turned onto it. The car behind me did as well. I was really surprised to see this. I got to my driveway and pulled into it. When I did, the car behind me continued to drive down the street passing cars. My street was usually pretty quiet, and I knew that nobody else from my high school lived on it, so I wasn't quite sure who had been seemingly following me back. Still, I just went inside after that. I made some food like I usually did after getting home, and forgot all about it. I remember that I stayed up sort of late that night playing video games. I was inside my bedroom, and it was probably like midnight when I noticed a car driving down the street out of the corner of my eye. I didn't think anything of it, but then I noticed that this car was stopping on the side of the road right in front of our house. I paused my game and glanced over. The car was just sitting there on the side of my street, right there. After not seeing anybody get out, I walked closer to my window and looked. Then, I realized it was the same car that had followed me home from school earlier in the day. I got sort of suspicious. I kept watching it, and eventually saw the engine turn off. Then, the driver's door opened, and a man got out. I didn't recognize the guy at all. It certainly wasn't a high school student, though. The guy looked like he was going to walk right into our front yard. Then, he noticed me. We made eye contact for a brief moment. When we did, the guy just turned around and walked back into his car. The engine started up, and he drove away. I kept watching from the window after that for quite some time. I never saw him again. I really think that guy must have been planning to break into our house or something that night. But when he saw me watching him, he thought better of it. Other than that, I don't know what he was doing. Why he was at my school, though, and why he chose to follow me home, I don't know either. This happened just a couple of years ago. I was in college at the time, but went to a smaller school. I have a good friend group from high school, and we remain close to this day, but several of us went to different colleges. A few went to a much bigger school, which was a little bit more fun to hang out at. It was only about an hour away from the college that I went to, so on a few occasions, I went and visited for a weekend. I remember that one time, during I believe my 3rd year of college, I went to visit 2 of my friends, Jake and Sam, at the larger school. I went down on Friday after classes and hung out with my friends later that day. We were going to go to the university football game the next day on Saturday. But before that, on Friday night, my friends and a few of their college friends were going out to some of the local bars. We left to go there at probably like 10 p.m., and we decided to walk because I was told it would only take about 10 minutes. I was with Jake and Sam to start, but Sam soon left us because he said he had to stop and get something at one of his friend's dorms quick, so he would meet us there. Our route to getting there went right through the center of campus. Now, I had been there a couple of times in the past,
But this school was very large, and I didn't know the campus all that well. At this hour, things were dark, and really nobody else was around, other than some people on the main sidewalks. We took a shortcut through a courtyard near some buildings, which I assumed had classrooms in them, but I wasn't really sure. I suddenly really had to use the bathroom, and when we passed by a building, I asked Jake if I could use the bathroom in one of the buildings. He was like, "Sure, go ahead." I didn't really know what the buildings were, or if they would be locked, but when I went to the door and tried it, it was open. Jake then got a phone call, and he stayed outside. I told him that I would be right back, and I entered the building. When I got inside, there were a few hallways and a lounge type of area. I didn't know exactly what type of building it was still. Nobody else seemed to be inside. There was no bathroom in immediate sight, so I started walking around to try and find one. I kept expecting one to be right around the corner or really close by, but there just wasn't one. At last, after probably 5 minutes of wandering around the building, I found a bathroom. I used it and was back out in less than a minute, but now I didn't really know how to get back. I thought that I knew the way and started going there, but I soon heard footsteps coming. They were walking kind of fast in my direction. I didn't know if I was even supposed to be in here, and I wasn't a student at the school, so I decided to wait out of sight. I went back around the corner, hoping for the footsteps to pass by. Instead of passing me, though, they turned the corner and headed to where I was. In a split-second decision, I moved back and went up a staircase, which happened to be right there. After walking up, I was now a floor higher, and everything looked mostly the same on the second floor, but I heard the footsteps starting to walk up the stairs. They were also moving faster than before. Somebody seemed to be after me for some reason. I started to worry that I really wasn't supposed to be in this building and would get in trouble. I walked as fast as I could without running through a random hallway. I was trying to make my way back towards the entrance and find another staircase or something. When I went down a couple more hallways, I heard the person behind me go down each way that I went. They were still a ways back, though, and couldn't see me. I didn't know who this person was that was chasing me. I kind of thought that it was silly, and I considered just stopping and seeing who it was. But for some reason, I just felt like that wasn't a good idea. For some reason, I felt like I was maybe in danger. I kept walking, changing hallways every so often. I tried going in a random room at one point, but it was locked. Then, I came up on an elevator. I decided to take it and push the button. Thankfully, it opened immediately. If I would have had to wait, I probably would have just moved on. I got inside and started pushing the button for the first floor over and over. Meanwhile, I heard the footsteps coming from down the hallway. They were moving faster and faster, and then they started running. Whoever this was now sprinting towards me. Finally, the elevator doors started to close. At about that same time, the person had entered the hallway that I was in. The doors just barely closed on time. When they were maybe an inch open, I heard whoever it was get right outside and then just barely saw them. I couldn't tell anything about them, though, just that they were right outside. They grabbed at the door, but it was too late. I felt a huge wave of relief as the elevator started moving down. But at the same time, I heard the person sprinting away from the elevator. I was guessing that they were now going to the nearest staircase. When the elevator door opened, to my surprise, I could see the exit. I think it was the same door that I had gone in. I turned to the right and started walking. That's when I heard footsteps coming from a ways to the left. Whoever it was that was chasing me was almost down the stairs. That's when I started to run. I sprinted towards the exit and heard the other person sprinting in my direction now. Just when I was about to get to the door, I saw something go flying past my head, and I heard a loud smash. Whoever this person was had thrown a small lamp at me. It just missed my head and hit the wall just a couple of feet away. I opened up the door and sprinted outside. My friend Jake was still on the phone, but a ways down, probably like 50 feet. He saw me running and looked confused. But as I was approaching him still, I saw the look on his face as he saw somebody come barreling out of the building behind me. Then he started running with me. We were both pretty fast, and now that we were outside, had many more options on where to run. We quickly made a right and ran away, then made it to another street. When we did, we finally stopped and realized that the person wasn't chasing us anymore. Jake asked me what that was all about, and I told him that I didn't know. We were able to meet up with our other friends after that, but I felt really lucky to have made it out of that situation okay. I really don't know who that person was. The crazy thing is that I never even saw them. Jake told me that it was a man, and he said that he didn't get a real good look at him, but he said the guy looked insane. I will take his word for it. The fact that the guy threw a lamp at me is really bad. It could have injured me, and I'm glad that the guy didn't catch up with me either. Who knows what he would have done? I also feel like the guy was not supposed to be in the building. I didn't see him for the rest of the time that I was there that weekend. Since then, I've been back at that college a couple of times, but I will never forget that experience.
Wawa's hot turkey is back. Try it in the Wawa Gobbler, hoagie, or bowl. Gotta have a Wawa. Motorized Rage Fire. The crazy firing power of 4 darts per second. X-Shot Insanity from Zuru.
For some background of this story, I'm a female, and this took place about 5 years ago during my junior year of high school. It was sometime in the first semester, and I was in my 5th hour class, which was drawing. They held all of the art classes at the oldest wing of the school, which had a different feel from the rest of it, and was kind of isolated from other parts of the school, because it was only connected through one hallway at the end. It was darker and colder, and needed some updating from the chalkboards in the room to the old-fashioned lights. People would often start rumors that the wing was haunted, but I never believed them. On this day, when I was in class, I finished my drawing pretty early, and I knew that I would just be sitting there for the rest of the period, so I asked my teacher if I could go to the bathroom. She was a nice teacher, and always said yes. I knew she didn't really care how long I was gone, as long as I made it back before the bell. I walked out of the classroom and down the hall, and went to the girls' bathroom. This bathroom in the hallway also had an old-fashioned theme to it. It was near the end of the hall, and you had to go around a small corner to get to it. I'm not gonna lie, it was a kind of creepy bathroom, but I always liked it because other people rarely used it. Once inside, I went into one of the stalls. I was in there for maybe 20 or 30 seconds when I heard the bathroom door open and shut. I was a little surprised to hear somebody else coming in here at this time, and I looked underneath the stall to see some old rundown boots with black pants. Obviously I couldn't see much, but it didn't really look like a girl based on those shoes. There were several stalls in that bathroom, and I expected the person to go into one of them, but instead, I heard them walk slowly closer and closer to me. As they did, I got a little bit uncomfortable. Then, they stopped just in front of the stall that I was in. I could see through the cracks of the stall just barely who it was. It appeared to be a grown man. When I looked, he seemed to be looking through the stall right back at me. I didn't recognize him at all, and I knew he wasn't supposed to be in here. Then he tried opening the door, which of course I had locked. I sat there in shock, and my heart started pounding extremely fast. I was thinking of what I would do if he broke into the stall, and I knew I would have to try to get away from him. But after trying the door, the man stood there for a moment, and then walked away slowly. I started to feel relieved, but instead of leaving the bathroom, the man just stopped in front of the exit and stood there. I could see his shoes on the floor, just standing in front of the exit, blocking the doorway. I waited for a few moments, hoping he would leave, but he just remained standing there next to the door. I decided to pull out my phone and text some of my friends who went to school with me. They were all in other classes, but finally I reached my friend David, who was on the football team, and he said he would come down and see what the man was up to. I was relieved once again when he said he was on his way, and I figured it would only take him a couple of minutes to arrive. The whole time that I waited, the man just kept standing there by the door. Just then, out of nowhere, all the lights in the bathroom went off. It went completely dark in there, and I couldn't see a thing. I started to panic and braced myself for the man possibly trying to open the stall door again. Finally, at last, I heard the door open and heard the voice of my friend David. He said my name, and then he turned the lights back on. I heard some commotion, and I opened the stall door. I saw David leaving the bathroom behind the man. The man ended up running out of the school through an exit which was nearby. I
saw David run to the exit and go outside, but he came back in shortly after and said that when he got outside, he didn't see anybody at all. I returned to class and reported the incident. I ended up having to talk to the principal, and those bathrooms ended up getting blocked off the next week. This story takes place a few years ago when I first started college as a freshman. I was at a pretty big school, but I didn't know anybody there. I was 4 hours away from home and in a different state. I lived on one of the freshman dorm buildings and on the 5th floor, which was the top floor. On what was the first week of classes, I got ready for bed one night to go to sleep. All of the lights were off in my room and it was pitch black. I had just set my alarm and closed my eyes to try to fall asleep when suddenly I heard my door open. I quickly opened my eyes and looked over my shoulder to the doorway. My room was still very dark, other than just a little bit of light now coming in because of the door being open. I saw there was someone standing in the doorway, holding open the door. I couldn't tell at all who it was, though, because of how dark it was. All I saw was just a figure. I didn't know anybody at the school yet, so I figured somebody must be here by accident. I called out asking them who they were, but they didn't answer me. I then said to them, "I think you have the wrong room." They still didn't answer me. Instead, I saw the figure suddenly move into my room instead of leaving, and then shut the door behind them and lock it. It was now completely dark once again, and I couldn't see anything at all. Everything went completely silent after that. Within a few seconds of this, I was beyond creeped out and started reaching around for my phone, which I placed on my desk to charge. As I was doing this, I suddenly felt my right arm being grabbed by someone. I jumped up and off my bed and yanked my arm away as fast as I could. I then yelled as loud as I could for them to get away from me. I ran for the direction of the door and slammed into it, banging my shoulder pretty hard. I felt around for the lock and then unlocked the door and opened it. I then ran out into the hallway and found my RA's room and knocked on their door. Luckily, they were still awake. I told them what had happened, and now that I wasn't alone, I felt better about going back to my room to confront whoever was there. We both walked there and opened the door, ready for anything. I turned on the light, and we both saw that the room was now empty. I guess whoever had been in there somehow left. I don't know how they would have left though, because I was in the hallway the entire time. There was really nothing else to do at that point, other than to tell my story to the RA, who said he would inform the school. I always made sure my door was locked after that. I didn't have another problem. However, I always wondered who did that to me and why.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
The future of specialty care is happening right now at Cleveland Clinic.
When I was in high school, I was really into sports. I played on the football, basketball, and baseball teams. This took place during my senior year and after a basketball game one night. I loved weightlifting and would work out in the school weight room all the time. I remember we had a basketball game at 7 that night, which ended at about 9 p.m. After the game, my coach would always stick around for a while in his office. On this night, we went back to the locker room and Coach talked to us like always. I remember that we won the game, and after Coach was done, the guys started changing and leaving. I told Coach that I was going to go lift, and he said that was fine. So I left the locker room and then went over to the weight room. It was kind of on the other side of the school, though, in another wing. The weight room was kind of tucked away, and we had to walk past these janitor's closets to get there. So I went inside the weight room and started lifting. It was nice because it was just me all by myself in there. I was really focused on getting in as good of shape as I could at that point, because I was going to be playing football in college the next year. So I worked out in there for probably 40 minutes or so. Then I was going to go back to the locker room, shower, and drive home. By now, everybody in the school was gone, except for my coach and the night janitors. I believe there was 2 overnight janitors, and I knew who both of them were because of my many late nights at the school. After exiting the weight room, I passed by one of the janitor's closets. I'm not sure why, but I looked in. I saw what appeared to be a man hiding inside, sort of behind some stuff. After passing it, I stopped where I was and was thinking, did I really just see that? I almost went back to look, but realized whoever this guy was would know that I saw him then, so I decided to just keep walking instead. I was going to find one of the night janitors and let them know that I saw a guy hiding in one of their closets. The locker room was still a ways away, which was also where the coach's office was. But before I was even out of the first hallway, I heard footsteps behind me. I knew it was the guy who I had seen, but I had no clue as to who he was. The school was completely silent by this time, so I easily heard the guy walking behind me. I reached the end of that hallway and then took a right. Then when I was going down that hallway, I continued to hear the guy behind me. I couldn't seem to find any of the janitors, and whoever was following me was starting to get closer. At that point, I decided to just leave. I walked down another hallway to the closest exit. When I got there, I left the school. After making it outside, the man behind me did not follow. I had to walk all the way around the school to the side door, but that was also locked. Luckily, I had my phone, and I called my coach and told him what happened. He came to the side doors and let me in. Then I was able to get back to the locker room and change and get my stuff. My coach told me he would go to see who the guy was in the school and that I should just go home. So I left. After that, though, I never heard what ended up happening. Maybe the guy left the school as well. I'm not sure what he was doing in there. Or why he was following me. In May of 2018, I was a senior in high school. It was getting towards the end of the school year, and some of us seniors planned out a senior prank. We made a group chat with a few of us, and planned to fill the senior hallway with red Solo cups. It was a pretty innocent prank. The plan was for me and my friends Tony and Derek to be the ones to set it up. We knew it was the perfect time to do it, which would be late at night when nobody else was at the school. The three of us met at the school at about midnight. Tony knew of a back window that didn't close properly, and we were able to sneak through it and into a classroom. We then walked to the senior hallway. Our school was not all that big, and it didn't take us long to get there at all. Tony and I had backpacks filled with cups, as well as an additional bag. It was strange to be in a high school so late at night. It was so empty that it had an eerie feeling. We took the cups and began setting them up. We knew it was going to take some time, but with the three of us, it actually went by pretty quickly. When we had completed about 15 to 20 feet of the hallway, we started to hear a noise coming from around the corner of the senior hall. Because we had the cups set up, we couldn't walk past them to see what the noise was, but we didn't really want to either. Nobody was supposed to be in the school at this hour, but we thought maybe a janitor was working really late for some reason. When we heard the noise, we ran and hid behind a nearby wall. We considered just leaving, but we didn't hear the noises for a while, and the other seniors were counting on us to complete this prank, so we decided to take the risk and go back to work. We kept going and didn't hear any more noises until just when we were about to finish. It was the clear sound of footsteps coming from the same spot as before. We were glad to be done and wanted to leave, but before heading out, we paused and looked over to where the noise was. Then we saw a man appear. He was short and was wearing a black sweatshirt and appeared to be in his late 20s. He just stood there staring at us with a blank look on his face. We knew he definitely did not work at the school, and the three of us decided to take off for the exit. We were able to quickly leave the school and ran all the way back to our cars. The next day when we showed up to school, all of the red Solo cups were messed up and scattered across the hallways. We didn't tell anybody about the man that we had seen, because we didn't want the school to know we had done the prank, especially after how it turned out. I assumed that the man left the school, because we never heard anything more about it, but I still wonder sometimes what he was doing in there. I'm going to tell you a story that happened back when I was in high school. This was during my junior year. My name is Kendall, and when I was in high school, I would describe myself as a pretty average student. I had a friend group of a few other people that I would talk to on a regular basis. The high school that I went to was relatively big. I'm not sure exactly how many students went there total, but it was probably over 1,000. Most of my classes, I would have at least one of my friends in it, but not quite all of them. I remember there was this one science class that I was in during the first semester of junior year, and I didn't really have any friends in it. This meant that when we did group projects, which we did a lot, I would just have to kind of join a group that I was sitting near. That's when I met this one guy named Lonnie. Lonnie was in a group that I was in with 3 other people. We were doing some science experiment, and I got to know everybody in the group a little better. Ronnie came across to me as a little strange. He would say things that were just plain weird or inappropriate, and I know a lot of high school kids are weird and inappropriate, but he kind of crossed the line a bit. He normally would sit right behind me in class, and after the group project, he would occasionally talk to me. For the most part, he was nice to me, and I was nice to him, but he would still say some strange things that I really didn't know how to respond to. I also noticed that he skipped class quite a bit. For the rest of the semester, though, everything was fine. I remember that towards the beginning of second semester, Ronnie followed me on Instagram and added me on Facebook. I no longer had any classes with him. Not long after adding me on social media, he started sending me messages. They started out fairly normal, but when he asked me to hang out and I told him that I was busy, he called me a liar. Now, I didn't really want to hang out with him, but the first time he asked, I legitimately was busy on the day that he asked. Could I use that as an excuse? Yes. I didn't want to hang out with him. I guess he had a feeling that I would say no, because he got pretty angry. When he did, I didn't respond to him. I figured that things would be left at that, but a few days later, he started messaging me again. He sent me another message, and I didn't respond. Then, he started basically spamming me with more and more messages. When this happened, I had to block him. I blocked him across all social media platforms, and it seemed to work. I didn't hear from him, and within about a week, I had forgotten all about it. Then, one day, we had just gotten out of school for the day, and I was leaving. At the time, I drove to school in my car every day and parked in the students' parking lot, which was out the west exit. My car was a little bit older Jeep SUV, maybe 10 years old at the time, and the inside was a little bit messy. I walked out to my car like any other day and got inside. As soon as I sat down to start the engine, I saw something move in the back seat. It was Ronnie sitting up. He had been hiding inside my car, underneath a little pile of clothes I had in the back. When I noticed him, I screamed. He told me to shut up, and then started going on a rant about how bad of a person I was. I was really surprised by this situation. When I was able to realize exactly what was going on, I opened my door and ran away. I ran all the way back inside of the school. Then, I found the first school employee that I could, which happened to be a teacher, and I told him about Ronnie being in my car. By the time we got back to my car, though, Ronnie was gone. In the end, he ended up getting expelled for the incident. I'll spare you the details of him denying it and saying I made the whole thing up. It was frustrating, but luckily there were witnesses who backed up enough of the story for me. All I wanted was for him to leave me alone, which luckily he did. It's been over 5 years now, and I haven't seen or heard from him since then. This is something that happened during my freshman year of college. It was a few years ago now, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. At the time, I went to a university with about 10,000 students. For my first year, I lived in an all-female dorm building on the 3rd floor. There were 4 floors total, and I had my own dorm room all to myself. On probably the 3rd or 4th week of school, I went to bed one night, just like any other. It was a weeknight, but I don't remember exactly what day. I woke up, though, at around 3 o'clock in the morning and really had to use the bathroom. The bathrooms were just a ways down the hallway, so I got out of bed and headed to the door. When I got out into the hallway, it was empty and things were very quiet. I had to walk maybe between 50 and 100 feet to get to the bathrooms. Once I was there, the bathrooms that we had was basically a room with 5 doors and a sink. Each door was its own little private bathroom. Nobody was inside, and all of the doors were open when I got there. Not surprising for it being 3 o'clock in the morning. As I was inside one of the rooms, I heard footsteps come from the hallway. Whoever it was then entered the bathroom and went into one of the rooms across from me. I didn't think too much of it. I was inside for maybe a minute and then left. When I did, the other person was still inside the one across from me. Basically, right when I got back into the hallway, I heard the other bathroom door open. Then, when I was maybe 30 feet away from the bathrooms walking to my room, I heard them start walking in the hallway behind me. I still didn't think much of it at the time, and I expected it to be another girl. But something seemed odd. I don't really know why. I looked over my shoulder to see who it was, but when I did, I saw that it was a man. And it wasn't a college-aged man either. This guy looked much older than me. I was really confused by this. I turned back and kept walking for my room, but instantly I heard the man speed up his steps. He was walking pretty fast and starting to gain on me. I got a really bad feeling and I sped up as well. By now, I was pretty close to my door, and I hadn't locked it with me only going to the bathroom. That was good, meaning I could get inside faster. I could hear the man still getting closer and closer to me, and I started to feel panic setting into my mind. Now, I was only about 10 feet away, and the guy was less than 20 feet behind me. When I got to the door, I quickly opened it, got inside, and then shut the door and locked it behind me. Probably a second later, the guy stopped right outside my door. He then tried opening the door, and my heart started racing even faster than it already was. Then he knocked on it. I had no clue who this guy was or what he wanted. I knew that he wasn't supposed to be here, though. I chose not to answer the door. I also didn't bother to ask him what he was doing or who he was. There was about 30 seconds of silence after he knocked. I was hoping that he would have gone away, but then he knocked on the door again. It wasn't a very loud knock at all, and after he knocked, I walked over to the door and looked through the peephole. He was sort of short and wearing a black jacket and had sort of blonde hair. I didn't know who he was. He definitely didn't work at the school or anything either. He knocked again for a third time. I really wanted him to just go away. There was no way that I was going to be able to get any sleep with this guy here. He didn't say anything the entire time, but was just standing there. I went away from the door and sat on my bed. I waited, and the guy didn't knock for a really long time. But when I went back over to the door and looked out, thinking maybe he was gone, the guy was still there. I didn't know what to do. I walked back over to my bed. Then the guy knocked one more time. It was really quiet, and I just barely heard it because of how quiet it was. I didn't get up to look. I stayed where I was, and probably 10 more minutes went by. I didn't hear any noises and got up to look again. That's when I saw that the guy was finally gone. After that, I was finally able to get back to sleep. The next morning, I found my resident advisor and told her about the man. She said that she was going to report it. Luckily, I never saw the guy again after that. A few days later, though, I found out that the man had been let into the building much earlier that night. He had told a student that his daughter lived there, and he had to give her something. The student let him in, believing his story. It turned out that it was a complete lie, and he must have hid somewhere for hours. I get really creeped out thinking about it. Campus security was informed of the situation, but I never heard anything more of him.
Download Jackpot World now.
I'm currently a sophomore in college. This past year, I was living in the dorms, and I had a room all to myself. The dorm building that I lived in is pretty old, but it's nice, and I lived on the 3rd floor. I really liked my room because it's the farthest room to the end of the hallway. Over the course of the semester, I got to know a good number of people that lived on my floor, and I ended up making some pretty good friends. But one night, after I got ready for bed, I turned off all my lights and tried to fall asleep. I was just starting to feel nice and relaxed when I started to hear a noise in the hallway off in the distance. Generally, our dorm building was pretty quiet, and I was trying to sleep, so it was slightly annoying. It sounded like someone's phone was doing text-to-speech in the hallway, and I could hear it getting closer towards my room. But as it got closer and closer, I could hear that the voice on the phone was not speaking English. I'm not sure what language it was, but I know it wasn't Spanish either, and I couldn't recognize what it was exactly. To be honest, it didn't really sound like a language at all. I heard it keep getting louder and louder, until I could tell that it was right outside my door. This was kind of suspicious, because I was the farthest room to the end of the hallway, and I knew it wasn't the guy who lived next to me, so I didn't know why somebody would be outside my door. I listened to try to hear what was going on, but I didn't know what it was. remembered that I hadn't locked my doors. I know it's a bad habit, but I just rarely lock my door unless I'm leaving my dorm room for a long period of time. I started to panic, and then I thought I was going to have a heart attack when I heard the door slowly start to open, and I saw lights start to fill my room, which had been pitch black. I saw someone in the doorway, but they were mostly blocked from my view, with me being in my bed and the door being in the way. I just saw their arm sticking out beyond the door, pointed towards me, holding a phone, which is where the sound was coming from. It was still playing a robotic voice, speaking something that I couldn't understand at all. This continued for several seconds, until they took another step in my room, which revealed them to be what looked like a guy wearing a ski mask. They pointed their phone at me, and I asked what they wanted. They then slowly backed away and left the room. I quickly got up and shut my door and locked it. I had a really hard time falling asleep after that. I tried to tell myself that it was just a college kid pulling a prank, or maybe someone who was drunk, but I just had a strong feeling that it wasn't. I did my best to just forget about it, and eventually I fell asleep. The next day I got an email from the resident assistant at my dorm. It was sent to everyone on my floor with the subject, floor incident. The email went on to say how a suspicious person was seen in the dorm who didn't live there, and asked if we knew anything about it to contact them. I told them my story, but I never heard anything beyond that. When I was in high school, I used to ride the bus to and from school during my freshman and sophomore years. This happened during my sophomore year. I lived sort of at the end of a curving and quiet street. Most people who lived in my neighborhood had long driveways and large properties with lots of trees. The city that I lived in was pretty spread out and rural. The bus did not come down my street, so I had to walk down it and wait at the end. I was also the only person on my street to ride the bus. Generally, the bus would get there really early in the morning. I don't recall the exact time, but it would usually be dark out still when it picked me up. When I got dropped off after school, I would also have to walk the distance of my street. It was not so bad at all though, and the most annoying part was that it was kind of unpredictable when the bus would get there in the morning. It would often be late, I remember, so I would be standing out waiting for a while sometimes. Other times, it would get there right after I got to the corner. The location that I got picked up from was a busier road that mine connected to. It was usually pretty quiet though when I got picked up. One morning, I left my house and was walking down the street to wait for the bus. When I passed by one of the curves in the road, I saw what appeared to be a man just inside one of my neighbor's yards. I knew that he didn't live there, and he was behind one of the trees, and I could barely see him. It appeared as though he was hiding, which I thought was really odd. I only looked at him for like a second, and then I just kept walking. I made it to the end of the street eventually, and the bus got there a very short time later. I was at school after that until I rode the bus home that afternoon. When I got dropped off at the corner, I started walking back to my house. I had forgotten all about the man that I had seen earlier, but when I was passing by almost the same area, I saw him again. It was really strange. He was hanging out in the woods just off the road. In that area, it was pretty dense and would be easy to hide in there. I wasn't sure what the guy was doing, but it looked very suspicious. I guess he could have been visiting one of the neighbors or something, but I was pretty sure that he didn't live here at all. I walked past, trying to ignore him. He was somewhat visible, but also sort of blocked by tree branches. After making it past, I continued to walk, and was a little more than halfway down the street to my house. I remember that when I made it farther, I looked back and noticed the man was now standing in the street. He was slowly starting to walk behind me. I hadn't known that he had even left the woods. It was really creepy to see. I was a long ways up from him though, so I wasn't too worried just yet. I kept walking, and when I made it to my driveway, looked again to see him still walking. He was about the same distance back though. The guy was just wearing jeans and a gray sweatshirt, and I never got that good of a look at his face. He appeared to have dark hair though.
I quickly walked up my driveway, got out my keys, and went inside. When I was in, I felt a lot better and checked out the front window. The view of the street from there was partly obstructed by trees that we had in our yard. Still, I didn't see him at all. I was home alone for a while until my parents got home from work. During this time, though, I didn't see the man at all. I ended up sort of forgetting about him as the day went on. The next morning, I left my house again to catch the bus. I walked down our street and in another woods area saw somebody walking through when I passed by. I immediately remembered the man and realized that it was him. I walked faster and passed by the area where he was. When I did, I didn't look over at all, but tried to ignore him. I assumed that it would be a similar situation to the previous day. But this time, when I made it to the straight part of the road that led to my bus stop, I heard footsteps behind me. It was very quiet with it being so early, and I could hear him walking. I looked behind me and saw the guy maybe 100 feet back. He was walking in the middle of the street now. I walked faster and soon made it to where I would wait for the bus. I looked down the street but didn't see my bus coming. I really hoped they would arrive before the man reached me, but today it seemed to be running late. As I impatiently waited, I looked over my shoulder. The man was still walking towards me and now about 50 feet back. I couldn't wait any longer and I went to the left. I walked along the side of a busy road which had no sidewalk and really no place to walk at all. There was just a slim margin outside the road line. I walked along this road towards the other street a ways down that I knew my bus went down before my road. It was a ways away, but I didn't know where else to go or what else to do. When I did this, I noticed the man start to follow me there as well. I walked faster and hoped that the guy wouldn't start running after me or something. For a couple more minutes, he seemed to maintain my speed and was like 50 feet back still. I walked along this road until I actually saw my bus up ahead. It was leaving the street that it went down before mine, and then turning onto the busier road that I was walking on. It was a great sight to see. I kept walking and then stopped and started waiting for the bus. The bus stopped for me and I got on. When I did, I looked to see where the man was. He was in the ditch and disappeared into the woods, which was about 30 or 40 feet off the road. My bus driver looked confused, but I told him what happened. The man was gone now, but my driver agreed to drop me off in front of my house after school instead of at the corner. So after school, I was dropped off right in front of my driveway. As we drove down my street, I didn't notice the guy anyplace, but he could have easily been hiding in the woods again. I was able to make it inside safely. When my parents got home, I told them about it. They called the police, and I remembered that the neighborhood was searched, but unfortunately, the man was gone by that point. None of the neighbors knew who he was either. After that, my bus would pick me up in front of my driveway and drop me off in front of it as well. Luckily, I never saw the guy again after that.
I request a drum roll.
I'm gonna leave here wondering what we missed out on.
Wawa's hot turkey is back. Try it in the Wawa Gobbler, Hoagie, or Bowler. Gotta have a Wawa.
See what scholarships you may qualify for. Visit gcu.edu/myoffer.
I went to a fairly small university for college and was there for 4 years. During my third year there, I had one scary experience. It was a normal school day, and I drove from my small apartment to campus. I only lived like a mile away, and the campus was nice, but a little small. There were several different buildings that classes were in, and after parking in a parking lot, I walked to the building where mine was. When I got inside, I went to the classroom. Now, this was not a big lecture hall, but more similar to almost a high school classroom. There were about 30 students in the class, and then the professor. I remember that class started as usual. The professor was giving a lecture, and we were all sitting there and taking notes. About 15 minutes in, maybe, I heard a voice come over the speakers in the classroom. there was an announcement that the entire campus was going into a lockdown, and this was not a drill. They did not say the reason why, but said for students to remain in the buildings that they were currently in. Our professor looked and saw that she had received a text about the situation and started following the procedures. However, she was not told the reason for the lockdown at that time. It was similar to a high school lockdown drill. That was my only experience with lockdowns to that point. I had never been involved in a real one before. I was a little bit nervous, but felt safe in the classroom that we were in. The professor turned out all of the lights, locked the doors, and closed the blinds to the one window that the room had. She then told us to remain in our seats and stay calm. We were all wondering what the lockdown was for, and everybody started going on their phones to look it up. However, nobody could find any information other than that we were in a lockdown. Our college was not tiny, but a little bit smaller, so a lockdown would not necessarily make news coverage. We sat there in our desks, just waiting and wondering for a while. Mostly, we just went on our phones and did whatever. Occasionally, there were small conversations, but things were mostly pretty quiet. After almost an hour, the lockdown was lifted. The professor was informed, and we were let out of class. After that, it was announced that classes had been canceled for the rest of the day. It was nice to have class canceled, but I was still concerned. We were told that they did not believe we were in any immediate danger, but I still wanted to know the reason why. I ended up just going home and back to my apartment. I talked with several friends over text, and there was a rumor that one of the professors was attacked or something. I didn't know if it was just a rumor or speculation, but we were never given an official reason for the lockdown. Later that night, we all got an email that classes for the next day were canceled as well. I was able to stay home and get ahead of things with homework and stuff. Finally, the next day after that, classes and everything resumed as normal. I went to my first class of the day, and it went by just fine. Afterwards, I walked across campus to another building for my next class. I was a little bit early and stopped to use the restroom down the hallway. Just seconds after I entered the bathroom, I was literally in a stall when I heard that the school was going into a lockdown again. I couldn't believe it. At first, I was very confused. How could we be having another lockdown again? I didn't even know for sure why we had the first one. As I was still in there, in one of the women's restroom stalls, I heard the door to the bathrooms open. Whoever walked in there started immediately talking under their breath. I couldn't really make out what they were saying, but I could tell that it was a man, which was really weird. This was the women's restroom. I lifted up my feet so the guy wouldn't see me, whoever he was. It sounded like he was walking around towards the front of the bathroom near the door and just talking to himself. After a few seconds of that, he kind of stopped and then seemed to stand by the door for a while. Then the door opened again and the guy left. I felt relieved and then checked my phone to see if there was any information on the lockdown. I couldn't find anything, so I walked out to leave the bathroom. I didn't really know what was going on out there, but I didn't want to stay in the bathroom anymore, especially after a guy had walked in. As soon as I left, though, I saw several police officers in the hallway. They seemed to be walking down the hall to the left, past where I was. When they saw me, they said that I should go back into the bathroom, so I did. I waited just inside and didn't know what on earth was happening. I stayed in the bathroom for almost 20 minutes until it was okay to come out, and then the lockdown ended. Once again, classes were canceled for the rest of the day. I found out all of the details afterwards. A man had in fact attempted to attack one of the professors the day of the first lockdown. He fled the building and was actually able to get away. A few days later, he came back and went after the professor again. This time, he was seen by a campus security guard, and he ran away again immediately. He was later found in a hallway, not far from the bathroom that I was in. I'm pretty sure he was the person who had been in the bathroom with me. It creeps me out to think about it. In fall of 2019, I was a freshman in college. I went to a smaller school, and I lived in the dorms. I had a roommate named Danny, who was a real jerk. But that's not the horror story. Sure, it was annoying to be in that small dorm room with Danny. He would talk a lot and pester me on purpose a lot of times. Because of this, I tried to spend as much time away from my dorm room as possible. I would do all my studying in different places around campus. Spots to sit and get work done were everywhere, in just about every building. Even if I wasn't doing homework, I could sit and watch YouTube videos or whatever. I preferred it to being in my dorm room if Danny was there. I got into a routine of this after probably the first month. So one night, I remember that I was doing homework in this one building. It was the building that a lot of our classrooms were in and had several different subjects. There were about 4 floors to it, and I was up on the 3rd or 4th floor, but I don't remember which one. I was in a comfortable chair that had a table attached to it. It was built for studying and stuff. There were a few of these types of chairs that looked out a window that had a nice view of campus. I took a break at about 6 p.m. and went to the dining hall to eat. I met up with a friend there, and then afterwards went back to the same building at the same spot that I was at before to finish my homework. The buildings didn't close if you were a student. You could stay there as long as you wanted. By now, especially up on one of the top floors, things were very quiet, and nobody else was really around. I kept working, and was there until probably like 9 p.m. As I worked, I had my headphones in, and played some music in the background. Sometimes I would do that, and sometimes I wouldn't. It just depended on what I was doing and how I felt. So right after I was done, and I took my headphones out, I heard footsteps behind me immediately. The walkway went behind me, and one direction led to some classrooms, and the other led to some stairs. The footsteps were coming from the hallway with some classrooms in it. I started picking up my laptop and putting things into my backpack. As I did, the footsteps got closer and closer. It didn't seem like the person was going to walk by me, though. It almost seemed like they were going to approach me instead. I turned around to look and see who it was. All I saw, though, was somebody ducking around the corner behind a beam. I didn't get a look at the person, but just saw part of them for like a second. This was kind of weird. I finished putting my things in my backpack and then stood up, looking to where I saw the person again. I still saw nothing. Then I walked over to the stairs and left the building. I went back to my dorm after that. But the very next day, there was a similar experience. This time, after studying in a different building, I went to the Performing Arts building to study that night. This building was almost always pretty quiet. There were much less classrooms inside of it, and unless there was a concert or something going on, not many people would be there. I studied in peace for basically the whole time, and saw only about 2 or 3 people walking by in the entire time that I was in there. For the last 2 hours probably, I saw nobody at all. The location that I was studying in was on the 1st floor and next to a staircase, where there was a table and chair set up for studying. It was kind of out of the way, but there was a hallway going past, and another one that connected. I did not have my headphones in this time, and could hear everything around me. Things were very quiet, and it soon got to be kind of late. At one point, though, I heard footsteps coming from down the hallway. Just when these footsteps were about to get into my view, though, they stopped. It was like just around the corner where I couldn't see. There was no room that I was aware of right there either. It was like the person had just stopped in their tracks. If they went back the other way, or moved at all, I would have heard them. What were they doing? Were they just standing there? I had no idea. I decided to pack up my stuff and head back to my dorm. When I did, I didn't hear anything. Luckily for me, I did not have to walk past that hallway, and I would be going the other way. When I left, as soon as I started heading down the hallway, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they followed me, but were still out of my sight. Then I heard them start to get closer and within my view. I turned around to see who it was that was there. I did it very quickly to not be weird, so I didn't get a good look at the person. But I did see them. There was a tall and thin-looking guy, walking a little ways back, behind me. It seemed as though he was walking pretty fast. This was way too weird, and as I walked, I passed by an exit door. It wasn't one of the main entrances or exits to the building, but at the last moment, I turned and I left. Once I was out of there, I headed back for the main area of campus. The guy didn't leave the building, whoever it was. I wondered if this was the same person who had been there the previous night. I went back to my dorm room, and after that, decided to take a break from studying around campus at night. As much as I didn't like to study in my dorm room with Danny, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. But the story doesn't quite end there. A few days later, I had classes like normal and was gone for most of the day. I returned to our dorm in the late afternoon, and Danny was there. When I got into the room, he told me that someone had come by and asked for me. Apparently, somebody knocked on our door, and when Danny answered, a guy asked if I was there. I asked Danny what the guy looked like, and he said tall and thin, and basically described the same guy that I had seen the other night. I asked if the guy said what he wanted with me. He didn't say, though. Apparently, he just walked away. After that, I never saw the man again.
It's here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. Rich, sweet, salted caramel? Caramel. Whatever. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist. Gotta be Wendy's. The future of specialty care is happening right now at Cleveland Clinic.
I'm currently a high school gym teacher. This is something that happened just last school year. One day, I was preparing for a class that I was about to teach. In the class, we were going to be using the high school gymnasium and doing some activities. For this, I needed to get some equipment, such as the orange cones and whatnot. But the school is kind of big, and the storage room for the equipment for some reason is not really that close to the gym. Instead, I have to walk down this really long hallway. I left the gym and walked down this long hallway. When I opened up the door, I was mostly dark inside. Things are not organized with that, and there are several shelves and other things in there, so it's kind of big. After getting inside, it was very dark. I didn't even bother to turn the light on there, because I knew exactly what I needed and where it was. However, after taking a couple of steps inside, suddenly I heard a noise. The next thing I knew, one of the equipment shelves was falling over, right on top of me. After landing on me, basically everything fell off the shelf. I was fine, but I was knocked down and covered in random stuff. It all happened so fast, but I knew that somebody was in here and had pushed over that shelf. It was not something that would just fall over on its own. I pushed the junk off of me and looked around. I heard somebody moving away, but didn't see who was in there. I got up to my feet and was about to go back out of the room into the hallway. But when I did, I heard another voice and turned and just barely saw what looked like a man. He moved out of view really quickly, and then he started to push over another shelf. I was able to get out of the room just before the other shelf came crashing down. When I left, I heard the guy going to leave as well. As I was walking away, I saw the door open, and just barely saw this guy coming out of the room. I knew that he didn't work at the school. This was also no student. I then sprinted down the hall and ran back into the gym. When I got there, I took out my phone and reported the incident. The police were called, and the school was put into a lockdown. For the lockdown, I went to an otherwise vacant classroom that was really close to the gym. This classroom did not belong to any teacher in particular, and was used for gym classes as well as sports teams. So when I went inside there, I was all by myself, and I locked the door. As I was inside, maybe 5 minutes later, there was a banging on the door. I had a bad feeling about it. I walked over and removed the window cover to look and see who was there. I saw the same man. As soon as he saw me, he tried opening the locked door. Then he started banging on it again. It was like he was trying to break the door with how hard he was pounding on it. But luckily, the school's doors were very strong. I just went back over to my desk and reported where the guy was. I hoped that he would leave me alone, but I also wanted him to get caught. He continued to bang on the door for a good 2 or 3 minutes. Then the police arrived. They were able to get the man and leave the school with him. I'm not sure how he got in. He had been hiding in that storage room for a while though, possibly as long as a day. I still can't believe that he pushed the shelf over onto me, and I'm glad that I'm okay. Every time I go to those storage rooms though, I still get worried that somebody will be hiding in there.
I'm a college student, and I don't own a car. Because of this, I walk everywhere around campus. I don't mind this though because it's good exercise, and the weather is pretty nice all year round in this part of the country. Last year, I worked at one of the buildings for my college job on campus. And one night after a shift, I was walking home from work at about 11 o'clock at night. It was about a 20-minute walk to my apartment, which was a short ways off campus. Once I got off the school campus, things got a lot quieter and darker, which was slightly creepy. But I had done the walk 100 times, so I didn't care. That is until I noticed what sounded like footsteps behind me. I looked over my shoulder, but I didn't see anyone at all. For whatever reason, I was just a little scared. I walked literally everywhere, and I walked many times at night, so I don't know why this particular time it freaked me out a little bit, but it just did. I continued my walk, and several other times, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but every time I looked, I never saw anyone. It was very dark out, however, so I didn't have a good view behind me, but nevertheless, I just kept walking. Finally, I made it to my place, which was an apartment, but had access to my door from the outside. I went to my door, unlocked it, and went inside. Then I locked my door and started walking to the bathroom to take a shower before bed. Just as I was walking into the bathroom, I heard the doorknob to my front door turn. I immediately got a terrible feeling. I lived alone, and I wasn't expecting anybody, and it came to my mind how I felt like I was being followed all the way home. I didn't hear anything for a few seconds, so I slowly made my way over to the door and peeked out the window. I saw what appeared to be a man walking away, but he was pretty far off by that time. After about 20 minutes, I convinced myself he was gone, and I got ready for bed. I locked my bedroom door and went to sleep. The next morning, I woke up, and everything seemed normal until I opened my bedroom door to see that everything in the rest of my apartment was messed up. I immediately got back in my room and locked the door, and I called the police. I felt like an idiot for not calling them the night before. I stayed in my bedroom until they came, but whoever broke into my house was long gone. Somehow they were able to pry my front door open, and I didn't even notice in the night. I'm a really deep sleeper, but I'm still surprised I didn't wake up from it.